certainly the best.
Hello and thank you for joining us on WIC, Women in Conversation, a place where we talk, where we discuss things that are affecting women, where we try to find solutions to those things that you might think there are no solution for, and a place where we discuss men just a little because we had an argument behind the camera now, a man trying to make sure he sits on our head. But thank God we're able to stand up to him. And we're going to be having a special edition sometime next week or thereabout, where we'll be bringing in a man to discuss with us too as women. Anyway, I am not going to be doing this alone. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, but I'm not doing this alone. I have my women in the house. I have on my right Gift Okedo. Gift Okedo is a renowned banker. You're welcome, Gift. You know why I'm doing it? Because you stood up for the women today. Yeah. Thank you so much, Gift.
Thank you for having me again.
Okay, so and then I have Abigail Ojo. She is the CEO of Poised for Excellence Finishing School. We must finish school, that's what she's saying.
Thank you.
And so we have Helen O'Malley. Helen O'Malley is the CEO of M&G Enterprises. M&G Enterprises is a female and male fashion outfit. So you could just want to stop by her, in her office to find a Christmas wear for yourself or for your husband, even though we decide not to be talking about husbands here, but we just, try to give them gifts because we have the heart of love. You're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, let's just get the ball rolling. We're going to be talking about women and their money. It's very important. Very, very important. The way you said, gift. The way you said, let me start with you. Your money, is it a general money? Or is it your money?
Okay. So, how it's supposed to be is that my money is supposed to be my money. Your money is supposed to be our money. But as is high up, but because of we are loving and understanding, we can now come to the drawing table and say, okay, this is it. This is all the finance that they have, and this I will do this. I'll bring this, and then you bring this. So we agree. So for everything to go on smooth in the marriage, in the family, I think as a woman, that respect will come if you drop something on the table. You have that respect.
We always hear them say, what do you bring on the table? And I have a friend who said, I brought the children to the table. Which one did you bring? But anyways, how many percent would you want to drop?
Well, as much as my heart is willing to.
Not they speak good English.
As much as my heart is willing to, yes. I believe that we are in this together. Now, in this present time and age, one person can't do this alone, except I want to be widowed, early enough, which I don't want. So I have to make sure that I support in whichever way I can. And I feel that should be the case for every woman out there. It may not be much. And that's why I'm going to look inwards to what I have and how much I'm able to spare per time. But what I'm not going to really take is for a man to say, okay, there is this bill. I'm going to do a 50, you do a 50, or I do a 70 and you do a 30. No, I would want it to come from a place of love, a place of I'm willing to do this with you, not having that discussion, what are you bringing? When we begin to do that, I think the man is really coming down from the level where the Lord has placed him.
Okay. Yes. For you, can you open a joint account with your husband?
Yes, I would say yes, because I should be able to open a joint account with my husband, but I will have
there's always a but for human money.
I don't get my
always a but.
There should be that but, because that same but is what keeps most women in abusive marriages, because they don't have the capacity to take care of themselves, let alone the children, because they're solely dependent on the man. But if I have my own money, I may not be able to afford an A-class school, but I should be able to do a B, between B and C, something average that my children are learned. And that's because I have my own money. If he gives to me, oh, lovely. But even in the course of the divorce or maybe separation, for you to say that you're not going to drop anything because we're not together, my children will leave.
Yeah.
They will live well. Maybe better than when we were even together.
Okay. She was saying
No,
something.
yeah, I said I can.
Yeah.
But
I have a joint account with my husband, but I will have my own account.
So it means you're going to be keeping some money secretly away from him, knowing that you have such
He
amount
might
of-
even know I have an account, but we don't know my statement of account or the amount in it or whatever. But he will know that I have an account.
Okay. A woman said, a man with money will change a broke woman's life. But a woman with money won't even look at a broke man. How true is this?
I disagree.
I disagree.
I disagree.
I disagree. Now, I've
depends
seen
because-
marriages where women, what's this, the English, bridge the gap. Probably the husband lost his job or something, and the woman stand up. There are so
No,
many.
that is after they are married. This is saying a man with money, just like, we're still bringing Regina Daniels in here, I'm sorry. Just like Ned married her. Of course, she wasn't that rich when Ned married her. So this lady is saying a man with money would change a broke woman, probably marry a woman from the street with nothing and change her to become a big girl. We have a lot of examples here in Nigeria. But she's now saying that a woman with money, a rich woman, will never want to look at a broke man. How true is this?
I think
Dicey.
80%
It's
is true.
dicey.
80% true. Because, babe, I dey drive. No, wait. Let's look at it very well. Look at it very well.
Okay.
Well, I am a comfortable lady. I have my own money and everything. And then you, maybe later I feel agree, but you can't pass me with slippers. Come say, hi, I love you. First thing, what will happen? I don't understand. From where to where?
Who is this?
Who is this? Forget.
First impression,
First
yes.
impression is, who is this? Let's not bring Christianity into this thing now. First impression, I don't understand. See me, see wahala. That's the first impression.
Definitely. For me
But
too.
First
That would be my
impression
person.
will be, I don't get it. From where to where? But later, you can now start here and you might end up. But your first impression is from where to where. I'm sorry, that's mine.
What's your take
Well,
on
for
that?
me, we all have different views. For me, I believe that beyond what a man stands for, like physically, in the material, I mean, what he's able to put together and what he has, that's not what defines a man for me.
Yeah, that's why
I
said
believe there is
later.
something that drives him, and I may be that vehicle that would drive him to that destination. Yes, I believe that God can use anybody for anybody.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's true.
so if he's coming to me in the, should I say, through the path of marriage, and I see that I love him, I can see he has a vision, not just a man who has nothing and is not willing to do anything. If he has something that I'm able to sponsor, I'm able to fund, oh, why not?
I
Yeah,
agree
of
with
course,
you. That's what I
yes.
said. I said first impression.
Impression. Yeah, she
Okay.
I
said,
said later.
I mean,
Okay,
she used an example.
I said
she
first
said
impression.
she's driving.
Yeah.
She's a maid woman. And then one guy just slapping his slippers, passing along the road
And
and
say,
saying,
"Hello, I love you."
hello, I think I love you. Can I have your number?
First
What will the
impression.
first
What?
impression
Yeah,
be?
you see the
Yes,
impression.
right.
Of course, yeah. So that's
Excuse me.
But
Exactly.
once we start talking, and then I say, oh, there's
There is
something
more
there.
to this
There's
guy.
something there. You just
Yes.
need a push. And
Exactly.
Fine.
Okay, we have had women who have pushed men, yeah, who have built men, because this saying is wrong. I have seen women who had, taken a man from nothing, just like you said, has a vision. Okay, this man has a vision. He has nothing to push his vision. Let me push his vision. And at the end of the day, they bring in a second wife, or they divorce, or they start cheating on her and start saying, you are not even my type. I married you out of pity. We have had such situations.
Yes.
What's your take on that? What
Yeah.
will you advise such a woman to do?
Well, there's a story or there is an an incident that happened recently. Well, a story per se, because I went through it, and it happens that the lady, she's the one that sponsored the guy. They are partners in Nigeria, and then she's outside the country, and then like that, she now brought the guy to a Western world, and they are there for some time. She works everything. She did everything for the guy. Look for job, sponsor everything. Is coming there, sponsor everything. Now it comes to green card, like he wants to get a green card and the rates and all of that. And then she's even determined to do it. Spend all her money. The day they want to do it, that's the next day. She just walked inside and saw the guy making call. She was just at the door, and then the guy was like, the lady was like, that maga, she don't already they do the paper don't already set. Like, now maga now. She don't already do the paper don't set. Like, before you say, I will just agree, we get married. Yes, latest 6 months, I'll bring you over. The lady overheard everything he was saying. He said it to his wife in Nigeria, that this same girl did not know about. That the same lady that brought him
already has a wife in Nigeria.
2 children. Was like, how is my boy? You know, like that. So she now got all. She stood, heard every of the conversation. That she was with him. He was with her for 6 months. So the girl, she didn't say anything. She just behaved as if she knows. She didn't even react. She just went back to a coffee shop. She took coffee for 2 hours. She was there just brooding and all of that. Then the next day, this is what she did. The next day was the interview for the guy to get his green card and the rest. That was how she went and canceled the interview and did everything. And then, when he went to do interview, he said, no, the person that is sponsoring has cancelled, and the rest was like, how come, babe, what's happened? And then he was telling, now me be the maga now. Maybe now me be the maga where you talk fake. And then, she did everything, and in fact, deport the guy back to Nigeria.
Come and marry your wife.
Is she right or wrong? Our actions, what are we going to say about it?
Is she right or wrong?
Is he right?
Well, for me, I think she's right. Yes, in that case, I think she is. Being human, she's right.
Okay.
But a refined human, when I say refined, I mean in God this time around.
Okay.
I would allow you. But I know definitely you'll pay for it. You can't, yes, you'll pay for it. I won't be the one to beat you to it, but you get paid.
I like the way Gift is doing.
That's
Yeah, the way she's doing. What's your take
so
on that?
you will hear all those things, and you will go ahead and give him green card, and you will become the maga.
Well, no. I'm not saying being the MAGA is whatever now. What I'm saying is it's about me.
Okay.
I'm responsible for what I do, the actions I take. Whatever you make out of it is on you. And that's why I believe no 2 women are the same thing. And I think that's why we're here. We have different views. For me, I believe that if I don't do it, well, someone else will. If we've gotten it to that point where you have the interview just for your green card, oh, why not? Please go ahead. But I know within my heart of hearts, you will get paid.
Where are you
So,
from?
Please, sorry, I want to ask her a question.
Because if a man find out
Oh
that
my.
he is the maga and you are using him, he will stop it.
I know. But the thing is, one thing that has driven me to this point is if it messes up with my peace, it is pretty expensive and I cannot afford it.
Before we go on a short break, we're going to be going on a short break. I need to know where you're from.
I'm from Osun State, Osogbo.
Here in Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria.
It's nice meeting you. Anyway, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. Please sit. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us. We're still on WIC, Women in Conversation. And we just found out where she's from. And she told us she's from Osun State. Osun people. I give her a hand. Anyways, that is your perception,
Yes,
how you
that's
want to
fine.
deal with that problem.
Yes.
Okay. How would you have dealt with it if you were in shoes?
The same thing she did, the woman did. I would stop. Since I'm the maga and I don't want to be a maga, There's someone telling you you're an idiot and you don't want to be an idiot. So I will tell you I'm not an idiot. And then I will stop it. Go look for another maga and another idiot to give you that green card. Because you actually disrespected me. That is what it means. You think I'm foolish. You think I'm a fool. And then I have to let you know that I'm not a fool. Do you understand? You think you are wise. I have to let you know that I'm also wise. So you cannot use me and dump me, because that's exactly what he's trying to do. You don't use and dump. That is the highest of being disrespected.
Yeah.
Do you know that you can actually complete that process?
And
Let him get the
then he
green
will not
card.
love you.
No. I'm done with the love part. I just want to do the natural thing we've been doing, the physical stuff. Complete it, fine. But I would get to a point where I would let you know, I heard so and so conversation on this day at this time with this person. And you know, there is this fear that grips the guy more than denying him the interview. Like, you mean you had all this information right with you and you still went ahead to do that? It means there is something deadly inside of me that I not, probably showed.
Sorry, on that aspect, some guys, they are the ones that will think that way, my sister. It's just some guys that can think that way.
2%.
It's not all, my sister. For me, on that aspect, as a Christian that I am, I will forgive you. But
After
you see
giving
that,
the green card.
no,
You will not give green card.
I will not give the green
But
card.
I will forgive you.
I will forgive, normal,
Exactly.
forgive. But sometimes we usually say we forgive and then forget is something very, very. So I will always have the, see you around, stuff like that, because you are in my care over there. So seeing you around is something that I will not be able to take. So I will have to send you back. Go and stay with your companion that you are doing the magazine.
I like the way she said it, send you back.
That will actually scar the woman for life. Because she would not be able to trust
She will not be stable.
Do you understand?
Okay, so you know what we're talking about that brought us to this?
Yes.
The woman and her money.
Exactly.
Okay, now the woman is the one that made the money
Exactly.
and, helped him. And now he has disappointed her. Do you think that kind of woman would want to trust any other guy who doesn't have money and say, okay, let me build with this person? I mean, he has something up there. Let me, sponsor him, building. Do you think she will want to repeat that again?
She may not want to, but she shouldn't rule out the fact that she would still meet someone who would still come in that same light. And that's one thing. Like I always say, life has a way of testing your values. You preach this, you talk about this, you say this, you'll get tested for it. So if you say I'm the patient type, it's not you saying I'm patient. It is you acting out that patience when life is ready to test you. So for that lady, from this story, it means she has her own money. I can decide to relocate from wherever the guy is. It's your life, maybe I played my part and that's the end. I move on because I have my money.
All right.
Yes.
We would like to find out from you viewers what you would have done if you were in such situation. I would have brought him back. Take him away from Nigeria. If there's another place to take him to, trust me, I would have done that. That would have been my decision. Anyway, let's leave these women and money, because I'm sure the men that are watching will be like, women with their money, nobody sees their money. You see our money. Sometimes we go to the market, we buy foodstuffs without asking you for money. So you see our money at all times.
Do you know that our money has actually, we spend it on our on the family more than ourselves?
Because it's shopping for the children without asking for it.
Without asking for it.
Yes.
We buy things for you without asking. We buy things, we take care of ourselves without asking. And you were supposed to take care of us. Because if I go out and I'm looking all good, your husband is taking care of you. I'm giving you respect.
Honor.
I'm bringing honor to your
exactly.
name. So our money is also, we're also using it to take care of you. So it's our money. It's everybody's money.
Okay, let's move on. Is everybody's money is our money.
Yeah.
Our money is our money. It's your money. It's the children's money. Anyway, let's move on to something very drastic just before we round off this episode. Something very drastic. Let's talk about witchcraft in Africa and using Nigeria as a case study. Okay, a 50-year-old woman was killed and her 2 sons injured over alleged witchcraft in Jigawa State. She was beaten to death by a group of family members of a relative who has been bedridden, who, according to the eyewitness, consulted a native doctor for treatment and allegedly named the deceased as a person responsible for her illness. Is there really what we know or what is called witchcraft? Is there witchcraft?
We really cannot rule that out in Africa and as a Christian. We can't rule it out. I, for one, never used to believe in that something like that exists. But as you grow up, you experience things, you see things, you hear things, and then you begin to wonder. If I say this thing true, not true. If I say this thing truly they exist. Do you understand? So you growing up from a certain environment, you might actually not want to believe. But in Nigeria, I think I should say yes. I think there's something like witchcraft. Yes.
Yes, for me, I think it exists. Here in Africa, it does. There are powers. Yes. I'm not ready to share some experiences, but from those experiences, I can say that they exist. Yes, they do.
But you know, sometimes it could just be that you're just ill. It doesn't have to be that someone is making you fall sick. I think behind the camera I was discussing it, and I remembered at some point, some few months ago, I couldn't raise up my legs. Okay, my legs were really, really bad. It was paining me. So if I was in a situation where maybe in a village setting or in a situation where I'm always scared, you know, there's witchcraft, I would have thought someone, it's, you know, but it never crossed my mind. I knew it was a medical thing and I needed help from a doctor. So I went to meet the right doctor and the right thing was done and it went. Okay, and then we have also seen situations in Akwa Ibom, Calabar, you know, where they throw these children into the bushes saying that they are witches. And then we know the white woman from the US who came and rescued them. Yes, thank you for reminding me her name. She rescued some of these children. Some of them are graduates now. Some are living with her in the US. If there's witchcraft, why didn't they kill her? That's my question. If there were witches like the society claimed, why didn't they kill her?
Kill the same woman or
the woman that helped them, yes.
And because I think because they don't believe it over there, kind of, and we here we feel these Western people don't believe it as well. We Nigerian or Africans, we feel those people there over there that came to rescue the children.
Yeah.
We here in Nigeria, we believe those people over there, that's the white woman that came.
They know better.
They don't believe such.
So
she now came as should I say, to rescue this these children in her own perspective, the way she understands this. This is not what it's supposed to be. We don't believe in this kind of thing and all of that. I feel that's one of the reasons. And they cannot just do that to a foreigner here in Nigeria. It's not right.
You know, this particular topic, witchcraft is not something maybe sometimes you do physically. It is under a spiritual stuff, maybe atmosphere or something like that. And so sometimes people don't even need to see you physically before they do this thing.
Because we hear them saying it to them abroad.
Yes. I've heard stories, I've seen a whole lot of stuff. For me not to believe that witchcraft exists, it does. But one thing I stand on, and which I've held on to for years, is the Bible says, if your ways pleases God, He will make your enemies to be at peace with you.
Exactly.
So witchcraft to me, they're like my enemies. And if my way pleases God, He will make them to be at peace with me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But thank you. Fine. But I still asking.
That woman.
That same.
Why did
the children.
Yes.
The children that were rescued from the bushes, they were thrown into the bush because they believed they were witches. Yes. And they were left in the bush to die. Okay? Yes. They didn't die. And someone came from the Western world to rescue them. Some of them today are doctors. I follow the stories. Some of them are doctors, some of them are living in the US, some of them are doing so well. Why didn't they harm this woman?
Okay, now I
that's the
get your
point.
story. Now I get it. Well, for me, I believe that those children may not be witches. Now, for a community to do that to their children or any particular child, it tells you that that community is a cake and far from civilization. Even if you have a child, okay, let's say for example, we've actually noted, we've tested everything and we can tell that this child is a witch. For every civilized community or environment, they would take the child to probably those who can help cast out the demons and do stuff like that. The fight is not against the child. It should be against whatever demons. So they should take the child to the authority in charge of that instead of throwing them away. So that community first is archaic. They are far from civilization, and I don't think we should be expecting so much from them. Really.
Okay, then, how do you now identify who, according to you, is a witch?
Oh, well, I don't
It's a spiritual thing.
It's a spiritual thing.
It's a spiritual thing.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
spiritual thing. It's not something.
There are so many people that they would interpret this thing in different ways. Now, there are some people that you don't hate them, but naturally you don't just like
click,
them.
yeah.
Now, when you don't vibe together, when you don't move together, they believe, for this person not to like me, she must be a witch because I carry light, I carry God in me. You don't know you carry something else inside of you. You understand? So for me, there is no free template to say, when you see this, then it means this person is a witch. No. And for that community to have killed that woman, if we bring it to the religious setting, you hear a few religious authorities say, even the Bible says, suffer a witch not to live.
Okay, so you are saying...
Which I don't agree with.
Okay.
Yes, because God coming to... Jesus Christ coming to save us. He came for everybody, regardless of who you've been. A witch, a wizard, a prostitute. He came for everyone. So he came to destroy those powers working in you. He loves you as a person.
Yeah.
That witch is loved by God. But he has come to fight that power behind that behavior or maybe whatever it is that we are doing. So if let's even say those children be thrown away. Now a white woman have come to rescue them and they're doing so well now. That only points to one thing. Those children are not witches.
We're going to be rounding off by your talk. What do you think? Or how do you identify a witch in 1 minute?
I really don't think a witch can be identified by just looking at them and, this is a witch now. In fact, a witch can be the nicest person.
Prettiest. Exactly.
Might even be, not even prettiest, nicest. Like they can be very good.
Yes,
But you don't know who that person is. So it takes the grace of God. It takes you being actually spiritually in tuned to actually know,
to discern.
to be able
Okay,
to
so how
discern.
do we discard witches around us? Prayers? Cursing them, casting them? What do we
I
do?
believe in
My brother,
prayers. I believe in prayers.
That's
Will.
just it. Yeah.
Yes, because
Prayers.
it brings you under the shadow of the Almighty, and nothing evil can come in that space. That shields you.
It brings us under the shadow of the Almighty. Thank you for joining us on today's WIC. We talked about witches. I'm still not understanding when someone is called a witch. I will try to understand it properly, but I'm still not understanding it. I hope next time you guys can join us to make us understand who a witch is really and how we can identify a witch. Thank you for joining us on today's WIC. I'm Patricia Uluwo.
ITV, certainly the best.
Behind the glass doors of cold rooms and freezers lies a major source of protein for many households. Frozen chicken, turkey, and fish have become common food items in homes, restaurants, and food businesses across the country. From importation and storage to transportation and final sales, frozen food passes through a chain that is highly dependent on electricity, fuel, and efficient handling. Any disruption along the chain often reflects to the final price paid by consumers. On this edition of Market Survey, we examine the current prices of frozen chicken, turkey, and fish, the factors influencing their cost, and how traders are responding to the market conditions. Frozen chicken, turkey, and fish are largely sourced through importation and large-scale distribution, making their prices sensitive to several factors. Traders explain that costs related to import duties, foreign exchange, transportation, and storage play a significant role in determining market prices. Cold room operators says the cost of running generators has increased as frozen food require constant power supply to prevent spoilage. Fuel expenses, maintenance of cold storage facilities, and logistics all add to operational costs, which are often passed on to consumers. At the retail level, traders price frozen items based on size, weight, and type. Prices can also vary depending on supply levels and consumer demand. During the period of high demand, such as festive season, prices tend to rise, while lower demand often leads to slower sales. Consumers say frozen chicken, turkey, and fish remain important protein sources, but prices changes have affected buying habits. Many buyers now opt for smaller portion, cheaper alternative, or less frequent purchases in response to rising costs. Welcome to Market Survey. On this edition of Market Survey, we are currently in the market to get to know the current price of frozen chicken, frozen turkey, and frozen fish. So stick with us as we get to know the current price of these various items. I am Stephanie Notoriua. Chicken and turkey day for market now, the price is not come down.
Yes, it don't come down.
So how much until they sell kilo for chicken?
No, they sell on 6,000. Chicken wings they sell on 7,000. The turkey na 9,500.
How much until they sell them before?
Before turkey na 10,000, chicken na 7,650. But it don't drop now. Chicken wings they sell on 8,000 now, but now they sell on 7,000.
So when it drop?
Don't they go like a month now?
So how much they buy them for cattle? So that cattle until they carry them?
They buy cattle 55 for chicken. The turkey now they buy 90.
How much they carry them
before now?
For the chicken?
For the turkey.
What of the chicken?
Chicken they buy 65.
You see corner pass it?
Yes. I don't get believe say go corner pass on. No, be say not guess it, but I guess this time around it go come down. Now this they change this. The money they change, the money to the chicken to the drop.
Before they sell on 5,000.
So that's 6,000 at the last price now?
Yeah, this is on last price.
So how much until they carry give this carton, this small carton?
This carton now 10 kg and then as it be so now 60,000. Some people will give it 62,000. So it depends on how the price they come for them. Yeah, so that's what it be.
So how much until they sell them before?
Before they sell on 50,000.
So it don't increase now?
Yes, they increase.
So what about turkey? How much they sell kilo?
Kilo now for turkey now 9,000. Before now 8,750.
So that means it does still go up?
Yes.
How much they sell the carton?
The carton are 90 for now 90,000.
We say no they frozen, we say no block. And the one we say it can't block. Like the price is the difference if people want buy and they'll say this one no block.
Not the same price. Not the same because if you sell at a lower price, now with that loss, you get loss.
sell Scooby and fish now?
1 and 4,000. 4,000 naira. Before we dey sell 1,500, 1,000. But now it can't even worse pass. This small Scooby na 4,000 naira. One cattle na 198. 198,000. Then na 200 now.
How much did they carry am before?
Before, e never reach 120. 198 for one carton. Say we carry 150. 15,000. But na 95,000.
Get another type of Scooby and solo.
I know they said that one. Now let's Scooby and they say.
So but that one still there on the high side?
No, that one they cheap, but not the sweet. That one they cheap, but not the sweet. Some make us not the seller. Like 150, we fit manage am. You buy one fish like this 4,000 take cool soup. Now wasting our time now. Because before a ton soup, it don't break. Before it not be like that.
from our market survey show that the prices of frozen chicken, turkey, and fish remain closely tied to operational cost and supply conditions. Traders says expenses related to storage, fuel, and transportation continue to influence price and decision. While they all acknowledge the importance of these food items in their daily meal, many say affordability remains a challenge. As a result, buying patterns have shifted, with households adjusting quantity and meals plans to manage expenses. For traders, the market remained competitive as the balance rising costs with the need to attract customers. Despite these challenges, frozen chicken, turkey, and fish continue to play a key role in household nutrition. As economic conditions evolve, monitoring the prices of frozen food provides insights into broader issues affecting food supplies and household spending. Traders report slow patronage, explaining that while goods are valuable, consumers are more cautious with spending. The balance between keeping frozen food affordable and covering operational costs remains a daily struggle for sellers. As market activity continues, the price of frozen chicken, turkey, and fish serve as a reflection of broader economic pressure affecting food supply and household budget. For now, traders continue to adjust to these realities, navigating a market shaped by rising costs and changing demand. Sellers explain that frozen product requires uninterrupted power supply to prevent spoilage. As a result, operators depend heavily on generators, making fuel cost a significant part of their daily expenses. These costs, combined with transportation and market levies, continue to influence the final price paid by consumers. Despite the availability of frozen chicken, turkey, and fish in the market, patronage remains slow. Traders say many customers now buy in smaller quantities or reduce how often they purchase frozen food as they try to manage limited household budgets. For traders, the situation has created a difficult balance. While they strive to keep prices within the reach of consumers, they must also cover operational costs to avoid losses. Some say profit margins have dropped, while others worry about sustaining their businesses if costs continue to rise. As the market adjusts, frozen chicken, turkey, and fish remain essential food items for many families. However, their prices continue to reflect broader economic pressure affecting food supply and consumption patterns. In the end, the frozen market tells a larger story, one of resilience, adaptation, and the everyday struggle to balance nutrition with affordability. As conditions evolve, both traders and consumers continue to navigate challenging market environment.
And that leads us to this edition of Market Today. And now we expect
The Ugiawe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugiawe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope! Yari yari, Oba
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Paternity fraud is the intentional misrepresentation of a child's biological father. This deception can have profound emotional, financial, and legal consequences for the man who was misled into believing he is the biological parent, the mother, and the child involved. It's one form of misattributed paternity or paternal discrepancy. Specifically, paternity fraud is the intentional misidentification of a child's biological father. Paternity fraud is distinct from other unintentional misattribution which may arise from simple error, an accident such as mix-up during fertility treatment or a sexual assault. Paternity fraud is a significant and growing concern in Nigeria, driven by societal pressures, infidelity, and increasing accessibility of DNA testing. Recent reports from DNA testing centers suggest that approximately 1 in 4 men who seek paternity tests discover they are not the biological fathers of their presumed children. Paternity fraud is a situation where a woman misleads or deceives a man into believing and accepting he is the biological father of a child. It is a rampant, growing, but underexploited issue in Nigeria with significant ethical, legal, and social consequences. Despite anecdotal evidence suggesting a high percentage of up to 40% in some private DNA testing centers, there is a critical research gap in empirical data and logical provision addressing paternity fraud. Existing family laws do not explicitly recognize paternity fraud, leading to inconsistent judicial outcomes and inadequate restitution, for affected individuals. Cultural taboos connected to paternity testing further complicate the issue, as requesting a DNA test is often perceived as distrustful or disrespectful, challenging deeply held cultural values. This study examines the ethical dilemmas, legal gaps, cultural influences, and social impact of paternity fraud in Nigeria.
It's a welcome development. I don't have any issues with it at all. People don't just wake up and demand for DNA tests. It is based on circumstances and issues around relationship and trust. And that is why you see people coming up to say they want to be sure We've had a whole lot of issues around paternity, both from the male angle and from the female angle. So we've had issues. And the only way you can draw finality or conclusion to it is when you ask for a DNA test. Now, the good thing about DNA test is that it is either 99% or 0%. So it's very easy to know that this is my child and this is not my child. Very easy. And I want to say that for me, I don't have any issues. I don't have any problem. I encourage it, particularly when there are doubts around the issue of birth. I don't see any reason if there are circumstances and you are demanding for paternity test. If there are no issues, then why are you afraid of it? You shouldn't be afraid when you know your hands are clean. So on the issue of breakages of marriages, of course it will happen. If it happened that it's negative, or it's positive, I mean, and it happened that your suspicions are correct, certainly it will lead to either divorce or separation, basically. I don't think that is a social problem at all, but it will also give you rest of mind to say, yes, either this is my child or not. We must begin to live faithfully with each other. I think that is it. If you know you are not faithful, also you should also know that you can be cut out, basically. That there is a way we can identify and find out if you were faithful in your marriage. And all these things leads to succession as well, property rights and succession rights. So it is not just only paternity issues. It goes a long way when it comes to property devolution, as well as other areas of social issues that we must also look at. You do not want another person's child to inherit your property. So those are the things. You see, it's not something that just end up with the man and the woman. It goes further than that. And you will also recall that late MKO Abiola, before he died, insisted that the majority of his children should be tested. And that happens. And you all know the result of that test. A lot of those kids or a lot of those children were not his at all. And because of that, they were denied the rights of property inheritance. You see, but of course, he would have done that probably when he was alive. So I don't see anything wrong with it. It should be encouraged in society, and it should be encouraged globally.
It has become a thing that people now practice it because of some reasons. Otherwise, before now, it's assumed that once a woman is pregnant and she's married, that pregnancy belongs to her husband, and eventually the child belongs to the husband. But within some circumstances that you now found that maybe the child is sick and the child is taken to the hospital, he needs blood transfusion, the blood does not rhyme with the supposed father and things like that. I think that's where the idea of doing DNA came about. And you and I know that it can be so disappointing that you are raising a child only for you to discover that that child is not yours. And to avoid all this, that's where they brought the idea of doing DNA. And also, when they want to travel out, well, there are also issues there. So you go to embassy with so much confidence, and at the end of the day, you find that the children you have taken to embassy to get visa, they are not yours. So it's really disheartening. But I want to advise my fellow women, let us be truthful to our husbands. If you know you can't stay with the man, instead of jumping around, just get out of the marriage so everybody knows that you are single. Instead of pretending to be married and yet you are more of a single person. And at the end of the day, you bring other men's children for the man to take care of. And at the end of the day, there are issues. So instead of putting yourself in that disgraceful manner, just stay on your own and they know that you are not married. And you can do whatever you want into your life. Nobody is going to ask you, why are you doing that? In every action, there are always consequences. So everybody should stick to what belongs to them so that the children you have will know that they are yours and things like that. But even the men, they do it with recklessness, except when the man eventually dies. You see people coming from every angle that this man was my father and all that. And I think that is not healthy. So let us believe morally. God says, if do not fornicate. So, and you know the punishment of fornication. So let's just avoid it and be faithful to our partner.
Findings reveal that economic insecurity, societal pressure on women to bear children, and restricted access to affordable DNA testing contribute to the problem. Key causes of paternity fraud include marital infidelity and concealment. Women may hide that a child was conceived with someone other than their partner to avoid divorce or abandonment. This can also happen when a woman gets pregnant, probably for her ex. In order to save her marriage and family reputation, she will cleave to an unsuspecting innocent loving partner, especially when the wedding date has been fixed. It does happen when the woman's husband lives abroad for greener pasture. Perhaps he stays out of the country for a couple of years and occasionally comes to visit once a year or once every 2 years to 5 years, leaving the woman lonely and vulnerable to temptations from other men. These ladies sometimes sleep with their house help or security guards. The brothers or best friend of the said man abroad may be lured into their net if they are not careful. Another factor is financial motivation. A desire to secure child maintenance, inheritance, or financial support from a financially stable man. Sometimes desperate ladies go a long way to tie the man of their dreams with pregnancy. They know fully well that the pregnancy does not belong to the said man. Due to the financial stability, they can get pregnant for any man of their choice to remain relevant in the scheme of things.
In our mother's days, they don't even know what is called DNA. Because when you are married, you are married. You live with your husband and your children. It's one family. There's no looking out. And if you look out, they have punishment for it, grave punishment for it. So that was like a standard control that our parents used to sustain friendship in marriage, to sustain respect in marriage, and to sustain oneness in marriage. But these days, it's so unfortunate that young people no more take marriage very seriously, no more take relationship very seriously. They no more take oneness of the family very seriously. And all our culture and traditional effects of such misbehavior is no more in practice. So the best option is to go for DNA. And now we show anything that is not made by God may not be 100% correct. That is the truth about life. Anything that is not made by God is not 100% correct. So even the DNA, how we show is 100% correct. The person that is doing the test in the lab, any little mistake will give a bad name to a dog in order to hang it. So the way forward is that all those our cultural practices, traditional practices that are healthy should come back. We should effect it. What is important is your heart, your mind, your conscience before looking at deterrents from outside. In marriage, your heart, your mind, your conscience. This will guide you in order for you not to go astray, either as a man or as a woman. Then when these virtues are lost, then we begin to call for DNA. Of course, that's the last resort that will solve the problem. If a woman is accused innocently, then the woman can confidently say, let's go for DNA. And that woman will be vindicated. That's the last resort for now that we have. People are ready to go and swear. Even if you say go and swear, people are ready to go and swear. After swear, they go and do other things to counter the swear.
If it is done sincerely, it brings sanity to preserve marital vow. And at the same time, if a man and a woman knows at the end of their journey, something will come suddenly like this, everybody will check each of ourselves. And the word integrity will prevail. Even nowadays, nobody cares. Nobody wants to know or care about integrity. And that is why sometimes, before you marry in those days, our parents want to know from which family do you want to marry. They go deep into it. If it's a family where you are hit and run, they will not allow. But a woman who has no manner, or a man who cannot really preserve, go from one place to another, just bringing babies. And when you find out most of the children, they are sick, you don't need the cause. It's because Fanta face and Coca-Cola body. You find out the father is from another person, the mother is from another place. So how do we go about it? So it's in order to allow integrity to prevail in marriage, I think it is very good and better. And also people should always know that anything you do in secret will come up one day. So I think I personally encourage it. We don't start what you cannot end. When you don't want your house to be broken, we must allow the truth and the honesty. When your marriage is tailored by your parents, they pay your dowry, fine. You are being attached to yourselves, and you need to grow into yourself and then bring out children. That's what the Bible says. But the child you want to bring out, or children, are they from one source? They are not corn that you grown up under. So we pray there no broken home. But if your house is broken, you want to find out why. If you mess up your bed, how do you want to lie in it? I encourage it. See if anything come contrarily, you will find out if it is really not. I'm not talking about short course test. You do tests that is not a Yahoo test, retest, and whatever it comes out, fine. What brought this matter of DNA test is reality. Yeah, because sometimes hunger can kill faith. At the time that there is hunger in the land, a stupid person can just come and dash current of pounds or dollars, then you fall off, you derail like trail. So that is why it is good this should be done, and then it's a legacy they want to follow. Where for sincerity we are talking, and integrity will prevail. That's what prevails in a marriage. Sincerity, integrity is what we are talking. Then when you have this, you may not bother, but when, in order to be properly sure, go ahead doing it, so that you have rest assured, peradventure anything happens.
Social stigma and pressure, fear of stigma, pressure to produce children, or pressure from family to have a father figure present. In Nigeria today, some ladies, in order to save their marriage, go extra mile to bear children for their partners, sometimes due to cultural pressure of having a male child or just to have children. Some religious women sleep around with the heads of a religious organization to bear children. Some ordained pastors and imams, traditional worshippers, some working class women get intimate with their colleagues in their places of work just to have children or male child in order to save their marriages.
I am fully in support of that. In terms of this, our modern living, why I really say I support it is that a whole lot of men have trained children for other people, being that they don't even know if they are the actual fathers of the children. The kind of lifestyle most of our ladies live these days, I will encourage that the government should make it reasonably affordable for every man or every child to have his DNA done. The reason for me, again, is that if you know the DNA of your child or you know the paternity test of a child, it gives you an in-depth responsibility for you to cater and do what you expect to do for that particular child all through life. But when you don't do it, or when you are not able to do it, when you start seeing some traces of abnormal character emerging from a child, you start imagining, what is this one coming from? And when these things keep happening like this, you see that you will lose trust. And at the end of the day, the psychological effect is enormous. It can even derail the entire system of the man or the family. So that is just one of it. We also know that it has so much negative effect in doing it, because sometimes there are certain stories that don't need to be told in the course of living. So I will say that we have some things, some people can manage a family. They may have some maybe limitations in terms of their production and all that from the men, and the woman tries to go out of her way to balance the entire house. And when she goes out of that way and gets the house balanced, perhaps bringing the child or something like that, and then the man eventually find out that this is not my child, it derails the man. For me, sometimes we allow it slide, but majorly it is better we call a spade a spade. we are iron things out and make things work. Let the man know if he's adopting, let him know he's adopting. If he's not adopting, let him know the state he is. I will stand with that. But that doesn't deter us from telling us that sometimes certain things have to be kept quiet for peace to reign, for the entire community to be at peace.
Marriage is built on trust. And when you talk about DNA is like a breakdown of trust. When there's no breakdown of trust, DNA won't come. The reason why DNA cannot be ruled out, because you are living with human beings. You cannot also rule out the issue of trust and distrust. So it is there to clear doubt. So DNA naturally should not be compulsory for everybody. DNA test should not be compulsory for everybody. It should not be optional. When there are issues of doubt, then DNA cannot clear that doubt of paternity questions. So the point I'm making is that DNA came to solve a particular situation where people had doubt on the paternity position of their kids. And we find out from results that most time the DNA prove 99.9% no paternity. So we have also found out that DNA comes out to say that paternity correct. So the point I'm making is that DNA should not be made compulsory by government. DNA should be the last resort to clear doubt when there are issues of trust. It's very important. Okay, so that's the reason why we encourage couple. This extramarital activity can actually lead to this issue of doubt. When there is trust in marriage, you've married your wife, you have cohabited and begin to raise children, the issue of DNA would never come up. Yes, but when there are this issue of, cohabiting extramarital activities, you will discover that when there are issues, that will come in. Secondly, we have seen that, a child is sick, come and donate blood. And at the end of the day, the blood is not matching. What do we do? Then those are questions of that. So we have also seen situations. This guy was sick. The child, 5 years old, took the child to the hospital. The father was to donate blood. They tested the blood is not matching. It was questioning. And after the, shouts and all of what that comes through all of that, the woman also did a DNA and discovered that it was not also her. And when they now went back to where they discovered there was mistake from when the child was given birth to, they had mistakenly exchanged that child. And because the woman knew herself, the woman insisted and went through all the rigorous, and they were able to find those people who they gave birth same time in that same facility, and they find her own child. So the DNA naturally cannot be ruled out. There are issues of doubt that it has come to solve. So this is my position. Number one, it cannot now be a must that you just have your child go and do DNA. No, it will create doubt when such an accusation against the wife. After the result, such marriage can no longer be as it used to be, because there's already doubt, there's already breakdown of trust, and one of the power of marriage is trust. So we must ensure that this trust base is kept. It is only when the trust is no longer there, then the paternity test becomes very important.
Emotional relationship security. The intention to trap a partner, keep a relationship together, or create a two-parent household. This is where the woman picks on any man of her choice that she felt will be able to stand the test when she gets pregnant, not minding that she's already in a relationship with another man that she intends to get married to, or she's already a married woman living in her husband's house. This may not be the same for every woman, because we have most women in Nigeria that respect relationship and of course respect the tenets of marriage, irrespective of the pressure built upon by society and family to bear male children or still to have children. Other case is uncertainty and concealment. In case where the mother is unsure of the biological father, she may choose a partner to be the legal father. This goes for women with multiple sexual partners partners. They may not know the guy that got them pregnant. On realizing they are pregnant, they choose from the region of sexual partners, especially the one they feel is financially stable and responsible to be the father of the unborn child. Cultural factors. Pressure to have children, particularly male children, in some cultures can drive women to hide the true paternity. This can happen in traditional setting when the line of succession must be maintained. In order to maintain the lineage of the throne, some women will go out of their way to bear a male child or children to maintain the rulership of the clan. The question that is somewhat difficult to answer is whether families should be encouraged to go for paternity tests when the children are born to prevent a foreseen heartache. To ensure clarity in raising a family, a man is sure of. Another nagging thought is how many Nigerians can afford the money to go for a paternity test. It's quite expensive, and an average Nigerian will not be able to foot the bill for a child paternity test, talk less of 2 or 3 children. With a high level of infidelity in Nigerian society today, how can a man secure his home without doubt, know for sure that the children he's fathering are his? There are causes and effects, actions and reactions are equal and opposite. Men, if you must travel out of the country, try everything within your power to take your wife along. After some months or years, let it not be for too long. Women, the choices you have to make as a mother goes a long way to affect the family. Maintain your dignity as a woman or a mother. Put your emotions in check no matter the pressure. Family members do not put undue pressure on the husband or wife because of the absence of children in your son's marriage. Remember, be it male or female child, they are all gifts from God. Do not put yourself under undue pressure because you want a male child. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, did everything together for a long time, were never of the same father. Look, current families in Nigeria today, men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husbands and wives of dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is theirs as long as they were the ones that the child gets to call father. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, did everything together for a long time, were never of the same father. Look around families in Nigeria today. Men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husband and wives as dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called their father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is not theirs as long as they are the ones that the child gets to call father. Some families choose to bury such dark secrets to keep the family together by living with the pains of betrayal in each of their waking days. As for the ones that cannot take it, they head to court for divorce or return the bride price of the woman if the wedding was based on tradition. Look at that son or daughter of yours. Is he or she truly your blood as a father? As a mother, look at him or her very well. Is he truly the son or daughter of your husband? That man you call father, is it truly your father? Don't you think it's better to go for paternity tests? Who's your daddy? Who's your dada? Who's your pappy? Don't you think as a child you need to know who your father is? Wilson Omasha reporting.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oyekokai. Today on Heritage, we will be taking a ride down to Anambra State. Yes, to go look at what they have for us as far as heritage is concerned. Yes, getting you closer to your culture and tradition. That is what we know how to do best. Now, today on Heritage, we'll be taking a ride to Anambra State to go look at the masquerade dance. Yes, Ekulobia masquerade dance. So wherever you are, take a ride along with us as we see everything, yes, everything that actually happened during the masquerade festival. Don't go nowhere, don't touch the dial. Chukwu Ewulobia masquerade dance is a traditional, cultural, and spiritual masquerade dance that displays native masquerade dance. Ewulobia is located in Agwata local government area of Anambra State of Nigeria. It serves as the headquarters of Agwata local government area and a major commercial city in the region. The town is composed of 9 villages. The masquerade dance is revered and cultural icon with specific iterations, such as that of the Nkono village, performing annually to celebrate the heritage of the people.
Hey! Ọmọgwụ! Hey! Ọ bụ ajọ ọbịa! Nwayọọ kwa! Nwayọọ kwa! Hey! Ọmọgwụ! Oh man! It's
Chuku masquerade originated from the Indigwe Mao traditions of the Igbo people, representing an embodiment of ancestral spirits. Achuku masquerade serves as a symbol of cultural identity, unity, and festive celebration for the people of Ukwolobia. The masquerades is characterized by elaborate costumes and vibrant displays. They are full of energy, and the dancers' methods are quick, fast, as they display their spiritual nature to the delight of the people, forming parts of the rich cultural heritage of Anambra State. The masquerades dance in circles that made it unique with their colorful display. People love watching them as they create fun and entertainment in the community.
Igbo Kwenu. Hey. All right, it sure has been an exciting time today on Heritage, all the way from Anambra State. I know you enjoyed watching the acrobatic display of this masquerades, yes, you know, and of course, wonderful tunes, wonderful music, talking about the instruments, talking about the dance movement, and sure, not leaving out the atmosphere. It's all about culture, it's all about tradition. So we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time on Heritage. To have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV,
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe.
Oh,
And
wow.
these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
certainly the best.
On today's edition on Market Survey, we are currently at the market to get to know the current price of pumpkin leaf, also known as ugu. Currently, we are getting close to the raining season, so we want to know if the season affects the prices and if the prices that it was being sold last year is also the same prices that is being sold this year. So come with us as we get to know the current price of pumpkin leaf in the market, also known as ugu. I am Stephanie Notoriwa.
On today's edition of Market Survey, we take a closer look at the price of pumpkin leaves, popularly known as ugu, one of the most widely consumed vegetables in Nigeria. Ugu is a common ingredient in many Nigerian meals, valued for its nutritional benefit and affordability. From soup to sauce, pumpkin leaves play an important role in household cooking. But before ugu gets to the market, it begins its journey on the farm. Pumpkin farming begins with land preparation. Farmers clear the land and loosen the soil to make it suitable for planting. Pumpkin seeds are planted directly into the soil, usually at the beginning of the raining season. The seeds germinate within a few days and begin to grow into creeping vines. Ugu plants require regular watering, especially during dry periods. Farmers also remove weeds and apply manure or fertilizers to encourage healthy growth. As the plant grows, the leaves become broad and dark green, a sign that they are ready for harvesting. Harvesting of pumpkin leaves usually begin a few weeks after planting. Farmers carefully cut the leaves and young vines to allow the plant continue growing. This method allows for repeated harvesting from the same plant over time. After harvesting, the leaves are washed, bundled, and prepared for transportation to the market. From the farms, bundles of ugu are transported to the market in nearby towns and cities. Transportation cost and freshness play a major role in determining the market price. In the market, ugu is sold in different bundle sizes depending on demand and supply. Traders say prices vary based on season, availability, and the cost of transportation. Fresh, well-trimmed bundles attract higher prices, while smaller or older leaves sells for less. Earlier in the year, the price of ugu was on the high side in many markets. During this period, scarcity caused by dry weather conditions affected production. Farmers recorded low yield due to inadequate rainfall, while irrigation costs increased. As a result, fewer pumpkin leaves reached the market. Traders also blame high transportation costs and fuel prices for the increase. These factors contributed to the rise in the cost of ugu, affecting consumers. Many buyers were forced to reduce the quantity they purchase or turn to alternative vegetables.
Pumpkin leaf dey for market now the price
don still come down now 200 we dey sell, unlike that early January when be 500. As in the price don still come down for market, that's why we see dey sell to 200 now.
So how much I say they sell before
that early January when we new enter January now 500 because we new enter the dry season. All the leaf don dry for bush, so we dey go dey buy from New Benin. So those New Benin na for riverside and they expensive, so now the way we take buy we take dey sell. Now they don't beat am down, and that's why we call they sell am to 200.
So how una say they buy and a bag abi they bundle am?
Now bunch, big, very big bunch. So we dey buy am like that.
So how much I say they buy the bunch?
Before we dey buy am like 30,000 naira. Now it does come down to 10,000. That's why we call they sell am to 200.
So now the season now we dey for pumpkin leaf.
No, we never enter the season really. Now when rain dey fall during the rainy season, now we take the enter pumpkin season. That's why I see the scarce now.
So now we be saying that they sell at 200. If you can't day rainy season can't come proper, how much now cut they sell?
Now see they sell 200 naira because it don't day everywhere. So the way with the time now say and they smaller like this. Yeah. But during that rainy season now you will consider bigger past this one. You can't be 3,500.
Say person now won't buy this pumpkin leaf full for house. How you go take preserve them?
If you want preserve and you buy them when water never touch, when you know you never want use them now. Maybe now tomorrow you want to use them now. You need to buy them whenever enter water so that you will feel stay longer. if you buy this one when you don't enter water now, go melt before tomorrow. So you need to buy that when water never touch. So that one go dey preserved than this one where it don't soak.
So the transport fare they affect pumpkin leaf?
Not really. Now the normal price we tell they go before. Now we tell they go now. Here to New Benin now is 500. If you are coming with your load, they will still charge you like 700 or 800. So you need to price down when you know say go still favor you with your market.
You talk and say it depends on where you for buy now your taste. So people will be say they farm now. If you say they go sell and cheaper.
Yes, they go sell and cheaper because we don't enter the rainy season. Now during the rainy season, don't they mush full everywhere. If you not say, if you go B fit sell for me. As you ain't not agree say, B fit sell for me. Now so it be.
This is January we dey, so business slow.
It's slow well. Yes.
Compared to December.
Yes.
So how the price of pumpkin be for market now?
The price of pumpkin is, let's say we buy pumpkin 30,000. Then now we are buying 10,000 now. Okay. Yes. Then after the 10,000, we tie it by ourselves. We give them 3,500 and 1,200. Okay.
So how much na take they buy bag before how much na take they tie?
When we buy bag, we will tie. Let's say we tie like 15,000, 5,000 will be our gain. The rest is the money of the pumpkin. Then we are buying pumpkin. Sometimes we buy it 30,000, 35. Like the one that they are selling Oko now. That Oko now. We are buying it 3,000, 4,000. But we can price 3,000. They give us that we buy. Yes.
So now we say they sell at 200. Customers they complain say it's still too dear.
Yes, they say it's too dear. Now we tell the same man, men and manager, not with the season now we did. So the season of the pumpkin, if it still come out, then we tell a much of this one, then it will be big. We sell it 1, 200, 3, 500.
So pumpkin if it go back to 15 naira?
No, it cannot. No. It cannot. No. You know if you go past 15 naira.
You know if you go back to 15 naira?
No.
So like which one be the highest amount on the tie apart from 200?
Is that to 200? Yes.
So that 200 they go counter?
Yes. If you counter, we can give you 1,000 naira. Yes, we give you 1,000. As a customer concern, if you want to buy like 2,000, we can give you 15. Yes, 2,000.
How pumpkin be for market now?
Pumpkin dey cheap now for market. Like January, they costly. Why? Because the way we take the buy, but now it all dey cheap.
So how much difference is there now?
Big difference there. Big difference there because why did before when around that kind of January we buy at least 35, 30, but now we dey buy Jebu they sometimes 18,000. Yeah, so we see the one of 10,000, 9,000, 8,000. So it all dey cheap. Pass as first be.
So you mentioned Jebu they own. So which other types still there for the pumpkin?
Olisha day. Jebu day. If you reach market now, you see as my pocket reach. A day market.
Which one be the cheapest one?
The cheapest one and I be Olisha. So now they cheaper.
How much I say you carry that one?
No. Before when you come out, we they carry on 12,000, but now 8,000, 9,000. Depends how slow to the market.
So as the different one day, so it's still did I get the different one at the time?
No. Yes. Now the same price of 60 the time. That is a 200, 3,500.
So I'm not the many person because they're not different type.
No. Now the same price. 200, 3,500. Now we take the time. Maybe county price 1,000. So that everybody will feel afford them.
So if I buy pumpkin now, if I want to leave, I may last for like 1 week. I want it one.
You buy dry one. The one we never enter water, we never touch water at all. Like this one now, we say don't enter water now. If you leave them for light or before they break, now go mint. But that dry one, now we say, at least see those ones, and we never even touch water at all. Even though say you leave them for 1 week, for until they melt, it go they dry. Okay. So that be the difference with the inside.
So if you say this pumpkin go cheap past the one that they sell, so maybe they sell 100 naira for one time.
No, it's not possible. Only say difference where it go there be say we will tie am big pass as if we say we take the tie am before for rainy season. Maybe as this one be now with the tie am by this kind of time now. So that time reach for rainy season, it go be like 2 like this, 200. So now so we take the tie and go big pass as we say we take the tie and before.
So how much did they buy they say that they buy am for bundle?
The bundle na 10,000.
How much did they buy am before?
We did buy before 15 for Nisha. White na different size. We did buy Jebu Ode before 32, but now it don't fall down.
So you don't ever buy from farmer directly?
No, direct from New Benin. No, say this dry season, farm now, you know, they now for riverside, all this where they come from.
So if you say this thing go cheap as the way it dey like this, so even if the rainy season come,
it go cheap pass like that now because that rainy season time, they full everywhere. Because farmer, village side they carry come, they cheap pass like that. This size, 2 now be 200 that time.
How punky dey now? It not cheap for market.
It's not cheap. Punky not there this year.
So last year there?
Yes.
How much did they sell now? How much did they sell last year?
Last year by this time from November, December, January for 500 last year. But this year now 1 200, 3 500, 8 1,000. Sometimes 2 300.
So how much did they carry? Say now they carry and bundle. How much did they carry and before and now?
Na 2 type of leaf na the market. Onitsha now. Some people go buy 7,500. While some people go buy 8,000. While Jebu Ode sometimes 28,000, 22,000.
Okay. But now how much did they carry that Jebu Ode on?
Jebu Ode not there for market now. Na Onitsha dey.
How much did they carry now?
Onitsha 7,000 now buy today.
Okay. As of today?
Yes.
So if you say this thing go cheap as this one, no get everything una go sell punky 100 naira for least.
E no dey. Yes.
Why you say not dey?
E no dey now. Everything dey change every year now.
So if the thing come dey market for its season now, wetin go come be the difference for how una say dey sell now?
E go come big pass this one. The time e go be big pass this one.
In recent weeks, the supply of ugu has improved due to better weather conditions. It has led to slight change in price, although traders say the market remains unstable. From planting and harvesting to transportation and marketing, pumpkin leaves pass through several stages before reaching consumers. On today's edition of Market Survey, we've shown you that the price of ugu is influenced by farming conditions, transportation costs, and market demand. Understanding this process help explain the change in price of pumpkin leaves in the market.
Of today's edition on Market Survey, and now we know the current price of pumpkin, also known as ugu, here in the market. From the traders, we discovered that it is not even in its season yet, but it is still very much affordable here in the market, being that the least tied pumpkin or ugu leaf is 200 naira. So when it gets to its season, it will be way affordable than it is now. And that's the end of today's edition on Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriua.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and today on Viewpoint we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals, are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a Viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without lights we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came, a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a number of people with a ladder. They will come. They will come. And after their collection, there's nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. And we should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something again. Before, after all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses have to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipt. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, got that transformer, we've been blacked out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Testament, the office there. After we left the one at the bypass, they were delivering us. Before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got him there again. He said we have to go for all those things. We need to fulfill all those things which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we are still in blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again. They said it was according to them, that the electric wiring merge. That was the cause that they now cut us off again from EOY again, which we not pay. Read that matter again. The Chiri community, which is the Kabetu, Igbo and Igwekimi. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said, EOY is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if EOY is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout throughout all this. So before we sort all those things out, we have already made up our mind. We can do away with our NEPA. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally, so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 2 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BEDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister, I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their foodstuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution and the rest of it. And then the enabling law, the happy thing recently is that they have said is deregulated. You know, state governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. You know, we cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. You know, we should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is a cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, we have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monde, our governor of Edo, executive governor, you have to do more when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better passing our neighbor used to buy them 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX, 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So we're begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad. The NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light, on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This BDC, I bet may they pack, may they go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue. Is what the government is trying. I cannot chrome them in one day, but we individual too. Like the police used to say, see something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use it as a bait, and so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone, but I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, it was December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. December, look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And, they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency can do more about that to give us more security like this. If you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no-go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
ADDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness, Benin City, Edo State as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light. They call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day. Some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in these 20 years, so people shout, hey, they'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when it is wanted for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown out. Bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. It was privatized. That was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because you don't work in darkness, and the only thing that is helping us now is this solar that people put everywhere, and some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel. It's not everybody that have that kind of money, so it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife. But government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and everything. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And there's individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think they should go. Make better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, I will give them at least 30%. They're not giving up to 50% from area. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what they happen to us now, we all they use our hand to define the electricity. Some of us they go generator for us, some of us they get solar, some of us they go generate big blister. All these people get like hotel. So I wish the government they really improve for electricity. All those generators will become condemned for our hand. You understand? So people not going to go for it. And money now they need to put, because that energy, that light will really need that. If light day for this, imagine if you come for here for Silok Road now, government already put light, but in the evening, everywhere will be dark. So where there's light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, waiting, anything concerning light is too plenty. Maybe one particular. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no day, we will buy generator. At least from office, I buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 every day for sure. Imagine times 1 month, a big money, until now money. From then I will see look at it, come here say we want to go for solar. We could use solar to stabilize them, because solar they give us more, make savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is because it's very, very, very low. I don't know if you're getting it, very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we import fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve the light aspect. Without light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings, because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers, as against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BEDC keep complaining that the the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point they also raise it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugeni Madonna, in Mazegno, Orero, always near Manazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will obtain you your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Lovely Saturday morning. Much obliged to have you join us on the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. And I'm Sonny Duke, of course, your host on the program. Let's begin the show by looking at some of the top and trending political stories we'd like to share with you. And we'll begin with the new ambassadorial postings done by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has approved ambassadorial postings of ex-INEC chair Yakubu, Reno Omokri, and 63 others. The postings comes after months of diplomatic vacancies, with analysts previously noting that delays in filling the positions created gaps in Nigeria's foreign representation. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the posting of 65 ambassadors designate to Nigerian diplomatic missions worldwide, including those at the United Nations, in a move aimed at strengthening the country's diplomatic presence abroad. The list comprises 31 non-career ambassadors and 34 career diplomats whose nominations by the President last November were confirmed by the Senate in December 2025 following their screening by the lawmakers, according to a statement issued by Tinubu's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, on Friday. Several appointments, political figures, and public officials were among the non-career envoys assigned to key foreign missions. Among them is former presidential aide Reno Omokri, who has been posted to Mexico. That one is particularly interesting because he had once vowed that he will never work for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Literally, he has eaten his words. That's just the character of some politicians. Anyway, former Minister of Aviation Femi Fani-Kayode will serve as Nigeria's ambassador to Germany. Okay, let's look at other stories that we are following. Former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar on Friday condemned the attack on the African Democratic Congress ADC office in Ubima, Ikori local government area of Rivers State, describing it as a dangerous development that threatens democratic norms in Nigeria. In a statement shared on his X platform, Atiku said the assault on the ADC secretariat and its members goes beyond political rivalry, framing it as an assault on our democracy. He urged the Tinubu-led All Progressives Congress administration to prioritize the protection of opposition lives and properties, noting this as the minimum expectation of Nigerians. Atiku called for an independent investigation into the incident to ensure that perpetrators are prosecuted in accordance with the law, warning that failure to act could embolden further attacks on opposition parties. He also referenced a separate unresolved attack on ADC leaders, including Mr. Peter Obi in Benin, at those states, stressing that the outcome of that investigation is still being awaited. The protection of opposition members is crucial for the health of our democracy, Atiku said, emphasizing the need for accountability and the rule of law. Okay, let's move to Kano State, where, of course, a whole lot is going on with the impeachment notice which was served on the Deputy Governor Gwazo over alleged 1.6 billion naira funds diversion. The notice was presented during the plenary by the majority leader, who said the move was in accordance with the Constitution. The Kano State House of Assembly has initiated impeachment proceedings against the Deputy Governor of the state, Aminu Abdusalam Gwazo, over allegations of gross misconduct, abuse of office, and breach of public trust. The impeachment notice was presented during plenary by the majority leader of the House, Lawan Hussaini Dala, who said the action was taken in line with the Section 188 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. Dala told lawmakers that the allegations relate to Abdusalam's tenure as Commissioner for Local Government between 2023 and 2024, as well as his current position as Deputy Governor. According to him, the Deputy Governor allegedly participated in the diversion of funds meant for the administration of the state's 44 local government councils during his tenure as Commissioner overseeing the sector. The majority leader alleged that between June 2023 and January 2024, Abdusalam received a monthly kickback of 1.5 million naira from each of the 44 local government areas. The question is, why now? Why is he being investigated with impeachment hanging on his neck? And to the big story, the diplomatic corridors is where our next port of call is, where Israel has accused Iran of being behind terrorism in Nigeria, although Iran has refuted the accusations, saying it's propaganda. The diplomatic corridors of Abuja have become the latest battleground in the escalating global conflict between Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Israeli ambassador to Nigeria, Michael Freeman, leveled heavy accusations against Iran, alleging that the regime's actively sponsoring terrorism within Nigeria and across Europe. Freeman pointed specifically to the Islamic Movement of Nigeria, IMN, as a proxy backed by the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, warning that Iran's entire apparatus is dedicated to spreading terror and destabilizing sovereign nations to export its revolutionary extremism. Iran's denial in its swift and blistering rebuttal, the Iranian ambassador to Nigeria, Gholomraza Mahdavi Raja, dismissed these claims as entirely unfounded and a product of desperate propaganda campaign. Raja argued that the Israeli allegations are a strategic smokescreen designed to deflect global attention from Israel's own record of state terrorism. He countered that it is Israel, not Iran, that has a documentary history of violating international law through the targeted assassination of scientists and political figures on foreign soil. We'll be talking more along those lines much later. Meanwhile, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has apologized to neighboring countries for attacks launched during the Islamic Republic's war with Israel and the United States. He said, and I quote, "I apologize to the neighboring countries that were attacked by Iran," said Pezeshkian in a speech broadcast by State TV. Does that mean these attacks have stopped? Certainly not. We'll be looking at that in detail on the program today. Politics Today, reaching you live on independent television and radio. We'll be back shortly to bring our guest into the conversation. Please stay with us. Thanks again for rejoining us on the program Politics Today on independent television and radio. Today on the show, our major focus will be on international politics. For every war that you see on a global stage, it's usually disagreements centered around global politics or international politics, if you like. But let's quickly meet our panelists for today. I'd like to thank very specially Barrister Greg Iyai is a constitutional lawyer, public affairs commentator. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Good morning, Sonny, and good morning, viewers worldwide.
We also like to appreciate Chief Abayomi Thomas, constitutional lawyer, human rights lawyer, and is also, of course, an Islamic chief. Good to have you here on the program.
Good morning.
Okay. All right, so much to talk about, but let's just set the tone for this conversation. Israel and Iran are at war, no doubt, but of course the involvement of the U.S. gives it another texture of discussion. And this isn't come out of nowhere. It has been building for a long time. Now, let's take a recap on what has gone off so far. The Jewish people have a long history with Persia, talking about Iran. Iran used to be known as Persia. The region we now know as Iran. By the 20th century, under Mossadegh and later the Shah, Iran was modern, secular, and relatively open to the world. It had diplomatic relations with the West, including Israel. Women were educated and active in public life. Everything changed in the 1979. That year, a radical Islamist revolution overthrew the Shah and replaced him with a fundamentalist Islamist theocracy led by Ayatollah Khomeini. The new regime turned Iran into an authoritarian, anti-Western, anti-democratic, and anti-women country that has one main ideology, which for some people is exporting its Islamist revolution and Sharia law throughout the Middle East and beyond. Within months of the Islamic Revolution, they seized the U.S. embassy in Tehran and took 52 American diplomats hostage. They were held for 444 days. The newly formed Islamic Republic of Iran started importing its Islamist agenda all over the world. They created and financed proxy armies all over the Middle East, Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the Houthis in Yemen. In 2019, Iran-backed militias stormed the U.S. embassy in Baghdad, Iraq. In 2023, they launched more than 170 drones and rockets attacks on U.S. forces in Iraq, Syria, and Jordan, wounding dozens of Americans. Iranian operatives have carried out bombings of Israelis in India, Georgia, and Thailand. They bombed the Saudi oil refineries in 2019. They were behind the 1992 bombing of the Israeli embassy in Argentina and the 1994 Jewish Community Center attack. And here in the U.S., Iran has plotted, according to some allegations, an assassination attempt on President Donald Trump. The Iranian regime also quietly began building a nuclear program. By the early 1990s, Israel had identified covert and rich facilities in missiles development that pointed towards a military use. They built a nuclear power plant in Israel's neighboring country, Syria, which Israel eliminated in 2007. While Iran lied to the international community, it advanced its nuclear ambitions in secret. In 2015, Iran signed a nuclear deal with the U.S. known as the JCPOA. The deal was problematic, and it allowed Iran to keep more than 5,000 centrifuges. It gave the regime a pathway to nukes. When the United States pulled out of the deal in 2018, Iran responded by accelerating everything. They enriched uranium beyond the deal's limit, stockpiled more than 20 times the allowed amount, and moved operations deeper underground, and they now have enough enriched uranium to build 10 to 15 nuclear bombs. In Shia Islam specifically, this is about the return of the Mahdi, the 12th Imam. The believers of the 12th Imam believes that Muhammad al-Mahdi went into occultation or disappeared in 1874, but they are still alive and waiting to take over the entire Muslim world and eventually the world. They also believe that you must be proactive in ushering the 12th Imam, specifically by initiating an apocalypse with the little Satan, which is Israel, and the big Satan, which is the United States. Israel is perceived as the greatest obstacle to the reappearance of the 12th Imam. These are some of the issues, around all of this. And on October 7th, 2023, with Iran's backing, Yahya Sinwar lit a match that spread across the Middle East. But what Iran didn't understand was that this wasn't the beginning of their war. It was the beginning of their end. The regime needs to accept the reality. It is over, and that is what we've seen in the last couple of days. On Saturday, U.S. struck Iran, leading to the death of its supreme leader, and from that day, the skies of Iran has been taken over by some of the most sophisticated war equipment and facilities the world has ever known. And it's not just going to end today, because we have seen that within this war, even the Gulf states have been emerged, with Iran carrying out attacks in all of these areas. So it's day 7. We've seen casualties, as is always the case when 2 elephants fight, but in this case 3 elephants fight. The grasses, those we can see and those we cannot see, will suffer. Human casualty has been accelerating, particularly on the Iranian side. That should be expected. I'd like to welcome our panelists to this conversation. Just wanted to set the tone for this discussion. Barrister Ebi Thomas, let me start with you, because I know that you spend maybe about 6 hours on a day to know what's happening on the global stage, looking at some of the international news platforms and all of that. Was this avoidable?
Well, I would say yes. This scenario would have been avoidable if and only if the United States and Israel had not decided to go outside the United Nations security platform to become the policemen of the world and the moralist of the world. Israel has nuclear bomb, whether they are a democracy or not. Israel has nuclear bomb. The Pakistanis outside Middle East have nuclear bomb. Though they are not a theoretical Islamic country, but it's an Islamic country. India has nuclear bomb. If Israel can have nuclear bomb in the Middle East, I don't see any reason why America would go outside the UN Security Council resolutions to begin to dictate, like Trump did yesterday, that the next ruler must have his own sanction in Iran. I mean, this is lawlessness. I do not support any country that creates terrorism as a state policy. Neither do I support any country like Iran that exports terrorism. I don't. In fact, their own kind of Islamic theories are not the world accepted Islamic principles.
Okay.
No, Islam is a peaceful religion. Islam does not tolerate terrorism. I must say that here. Go to the Holy Quran. Go to the Hadith. You won't find where they say export terrorism or kill your neighbor. It's not there. Unfortunately, in everything we are doing in this world, some people go to the extreme level. That's why we call them extremists. But that does not, when you are looking at international law, entitle another country to begin to destroy another sovereign country in the name of trying to do what other countries can't do. Okay. For instance, this was what led to the failure of the League of Nations in 1939. Failure of some countries to abide by the Charter of the League of Nations. The United Nations was formed. Now you look at it, Israel and America has profoundly been disobeying, in fact, violating the United Nations Charter to the extent of you saying yesterday that I will decide who will be next leader of Iran.
Okay.
I mean,
okay, let me pause you there. Barrister Gregory, I know you've been following this sequence of events.
Of course.
Yeah, what the grounds for this war has been that Iran is committed to having nuclear weapon, nuclear plant, as it were. They have told us, or told the world severally, that it is for peaceful purpose. Shouldn't the world take them, take them based on what they've said? I mean, take them seriously, or accept this line of thinking from them?
If they have been acting peacefully, then the world would have taken them by their words. But when you are chanting death to America, death to Israel, and that you will remove Israel from the face of the map, to be candid, Israel doesn't actually look for trouble. Their army is the only one that is called Israeli Defense Forces. But if you want to attack them, of course, they have the right of self-defense. Other countries like have been mentioned, Pakistan, India, yes, they have nuclear weapons, but we have not seen them, boasting, coming out, chanting, very openly. And people take them seriously because whenever they had the opportunity, they have actually behaved the way they said they would behave. That they will wipe out Israel from the face of the earth. Iran is a country blessed with enormous resources that would have made it, as we were relating, Iran at a certain stage was one of the most modernized countries in the Middle East. And they were doing very well till the revolution. I'm glad that an Islamic scholar here has admitted that their own brand of Islamic jurisprudence is very inimical to peace and neighborliness. Look at the kind of countries they are attacking. Fellow Muslim countries. Why? So there's something in their brand of Islam that is worrisome. And I believe that is what is making people uncomfortable with their attempt to have a nuclear bomb. We have seen they don't discriminate when they send bombs to hotels in some of their neighboring countries, as we have seen. Although their foreign minister or the president has been apologizing. But why is he apologizing? Because those people have said that they were going to take up arms and join the war. Okay, look at a country like Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan and Israel and Iran, they share water resources. And the last time the other president died, he was actually coming from the opening of a dam in Azerbaijan that will supply a large part of Iran water. So that kind of regional cooperation, how do you not just wake up and attack Azerbaijan? That is supposed to be your neighbor, and that is supposed to be your friend, that you share water together. So these are the worrisome aspects of the Iranian revolution that was exported that was brought in 1979. And by the late Ayatollah, and then this present Ayatollah, or late one now, took over from him. So that is the worrisome aspect of it.
All right. Barrister Thomas, there is a history or pattern of behavior from the Iranian government, its leadership, and its military, which you have alluded to, that you condemn this exportation of terrorism across the world. I mean, we've seen the hand of Iran in the Hamas militant group, the Houthis, and all other, regional militant group who are carrying out some of these attacks that we've been talking about. But are you bothered by the fact that in spite of Iran being a Muslim country, currently with this war, is seen attacking all the Gulf nations, some of them who have been seriously involved, or who were involved in helping to ensure that this war didn't come. The likes of United Arab Emirates, Qatar, the likes of Oman. and even Saudi Arabia, where we know the relationship between Saudi Arabia and the Islamic religion, as it were. They've been, one of the countries was hit with Aramco being affected. What does that say about this regime?
Good. Like my learned friend said a while ago, that the president of Iran apologized yesterday for the attacks on their neighbors.
Okay.
And he said it is not their intention to do so. But because of the decapitation, because of the killing of their commanders, they had to decentralize the command of the Army, Air Force, and Navy. And said, okay, since whenever we sit down to do meetings, Israel, we want to eliminate our leaders. Now, every unit of the Army can now attack America, their interest in the Gulf. We don't have weapons that can go from Iran and hit America at home. We don't have that kind of weapon. But the Gulf states, unfortunately, have made their own states to be bases for America and Israeli interest. You have a basis in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Oman, UAE. You have bases in all of them. And when you are going to attack a country like Iran, you should be thinking that your soldiers are at risk, very close to Iran. Iran cannot hit America direct.
Okay.
They don't have the weapons.
Well, in some of these attacks, they are attacking institutions apart from the military bases. I just use Saudi Arabia for an example.
Yes.
The largest refinery in the world was hit by Iran. That's not a U.S. base.
We have to excuse Iran.
Okay, we should accept it.
No, let me explain to you. Now, when you are fighting people who are bigger than you, sometimes you need help from outside to either settle the matter or to ask America and Israel to cease fire. And the only way you can call people's attention is to try and disrupt one or two things. Like right now, the Strait of Hormuz, from where the Southeast Asia get about 40% of their oil, is now closed. The world is shouting. Even the American Brent oil is now $90. First time it is getting to this price for the past 4 years. You are calling attention. You are already calling attention to the war.
Okay.
And people are beginning to feel that, this war will affect so many parts of the world.
Okay.
It is an attempt to create attention all over the world.
Well, let me pause you. We're taking a news break now. It's the Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. Please join us again. Thanks again for rejoining us on the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. My guests, Chief A.B. Thomas and Greg Iyai Esquire. Gentlemen, once again, thanks for coming on the program. Now, you were on a point quickly.
You see, Iran has not directly, before now, they've not directly attacked U.S. or Israel.
Okay.
If sympathizing countries or entities or bodies have been attacking Israel, Israel has been attacking them. I give you an example of Hamas. I give you another example of Hezbollah in Lebanon. Right now, Hezbollah is being attacked by Israelis.
But it's been fought by Iran.
By Iran?
Yeah.
Yes, but they have never attacked Israel directly until this conflict started.
Is it good that they are funding proxy?
I am not a fan of Iran.
Okay.
But what we must looking at it from international law angle, is that if I do not attack you, you have no right to attack me.
Okay.
But this issue of bombing Aramco, the refinery, and others in Saudi Arabia, who are the progenitors of this kind of attacks?
Okay.
It is Israelis. Israelis have even now attacked a female school in Iran. And we are saying Iranians have been educating females. Iran has female pilots, commercial pilots and fighter pilots, females.
Okay.
But right now they killed 165 females in a secondary school. In Gaza, Israel has been bombing hospitals and schools. Nobody has been able to stop them. I am not saying retaliatory ones are even better. No.
Okay.
But now that the whole world is now, attention is being drawn into this battle, the question we start asking is this: who authorized America and the US?
And Israel.
America and Israel.
Yeah.
To first attack Iran.
Okay. Nobody has done that.
Let me pause it there. Bring Barrister Greg in here. Barrister Greg, we are beginning to see the impact, the global impact of this war.
Yes.
In Nigeria, we have seen the price of petrol, it has gone up. And even on the global stage, the price of crude has also gone up. And there is really no end in sight, or how all of this will turn up.
There was a window of opportunity for peace. Make a deal. Indeed, America was reluctant because Donald Trump was on. Let us see how we can settle this well, because the war between Azerbaijan and Armenia, which lasted for 38 years, was eventually settled. The same thing between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, and so many others. You also have the right. They are giving some of their this to China, to Russia, and nobody is actually grumbling about that. So why do you have to say, because I gave my land to America to build a base, then yourself and America, you are quarreling, then you have to attack me? So that is, you are actually making more enemies for yourself.
Okay.
Because like we said, these are people who are your neighbors. These are people, many of them share the same kind of religion with you. Although, to be candid, let me say this. You see, Islam wasn't the predominant religion in Persia. It was Zoroastrianism, started by an Eastern teacher, Zoroaster. And because of that, Iran has always accepted people of different faiths. Don't forget, the three wise men, they came from Iran. And they went with the gospel. And the church had been flourishing in Iran. But when they brought this, their brand of Islamic religion, I mean, it was something else.
Okay.
It's either you believe in what I believe,
Or
or
you die.
I kill you. So that is the sad aspect
All
of
right,
it.
Barrister Thomas, quickly talk about the impact we are seeing. The death of Ayatollah Khomeini saw a lot of jubilations within Iran and outside Iran. Does that say anything? Then let's talk about the impact that we are already seeing with this war burgeoning into something else globally.
In every country, the leader cannot be loved 100%. There must be dissenting voices. Today, the same people we think America is saving are being killed by the bombs fired by Israel and America. The same people you want to save, you are killing them. Now, about 1,377 people have been killed in 1 week, and the list is going. Now, if we go into the impact of this war, I think our fuel right now in every filling station is about 1,080 naira per liter. We are already feeling it, and we're not part of the war. When you decide, the American oil, America does not have oil. They store, they save oil that will last them at least 90 days if the whole world does not have oil. Their own oil is now $90 per barrel. And when the price of these goods and services, the goods that you cannot do without, essential goods like petroleum, when the prices go up, it has a lot of economic impact on the entire world. Economies will collapse. Countries with weak economic basis will collapse. Inflation will be very high. Me in Benin City here, I'm already feeling it. And there are people in England who can't get gas to heat up in this winter period. They are paying heavily for gas. The British Prime Minister said, I cannot join this kind of war because it was not an agreed war. It was a unilateral war. Netanyahu of Israel was able to persuade Trump of America to engage on this unilateral decision, to embark on this war, which is now creating economic difficulties in Asia, in Africa, in Europe, even in Latin America. It's already happening. Now, things like this, nobody will like it. If we say Ayatollah was bad, Trump has become the latest dictator in world history. Now you decide what to do. You can just move your army, go into Venezuela, remove their president because you don't like him. For God's sake, Maduro was the president of Venezuela. Now you are focusing on Iran. You've killed their future leader. The next will be Cuba. You are going around. Russia is watching you. You say Russia cannot go into Ukraine to seize Russian-speaking areas of Ukraine. But they are watching you. What kind of mediator will you be between Russia and Ukraine?
Or between China
or
and
between
Taiwan.
China and Taiwan. China is watching. Because very soon they will go into Taiwan, and when you talk in America, they say, look, you have been doing that. You have decided who will rule Venezuela. You have decided who will rule in Iran. Why can't we take our territory back? And when this kind of situation continues to go around the whole world, the whole world becomes lawless. My little friend is a lawyer. He knows that when a party is not obeying the rules and law and regulations of a society, we say that person is an outlaw.
Okay.
So when this kind of situation continues like this, and Nigerians or Africans who are not part of this war begin to suffer it, not only in terms of fuel, it will affect.
So what do you make of some Nigerians, particularly in the north, that have been protesting in support of Ayatollah and
that tells you the kind of the brand of Islam we are all practicing.
Okay.
Have you seen a protest in Benin? There are Muslims here. Have you seen protests in Yoruba land? There are Muslims there. And even those who are even protesting in the north, are all of them the same Muslim? We have different brands of Islam.
Okay. All right. So let me, Pastor, you wanted to say something before we open our studio line.
I just wanted to quickly say that if you are talking of somebody breaking international law, has Iran not broken international law, even concerning this nuclear enrichment program? Many, many times, conventions, listen to the United Nations proceedings, you know, resolutions, things that they have been asked not to do, that they have been doing with impunity, and saying that nobody can stop them. And then when there is reaction, somebody is feeling threatened by them and wants to defend himself, will say, oh, they are starting that they are starting the war. Let me say this. All this issue of attacking of a girls' school and all that is highly disputed, because we know that there's a lot of propaganda that goes on with all this, where they go and build, you know, ammunition depot under a hospital. And then when they are being pursued, they run into it. And then before you know it, the cameras come. They're attacking the camera. We are aware of this.
We saw a lot of that.
Are you aware that this uranium enrichment was first started by President Eisenhower of America in 1952? He gave Iran uranium to enrich.
Yeah, but
for civilian purposes.
Yes,
for peaceful use. For civilian use.
Yes, has Iran used their enriched uranium for war?
Do we need to wait? Or the war needs to wait to see them use it first?
Iran
when there are conversations that suggest that.
Let me show you something. The United Nations and European countries had a deal with Iran until Trump came and withdrew America from the deal.
Yeah.
It was when Trump came and withdrew America from that deal that things went down.
Yeah.
If not because of Trump withdrawing America from that deal, this wouldn't have gone this so bad.
All right, Barrister, quickly.
The reason Trump withdrew them, it was just to last for 10 years. After that, they can go further. And then what happened?
They could even pretend. They could even pretend to be responding to some of these international treaties and what have you.
Did they allow thorough inspection?
Just going on.
Did they allow thorough inspection by the international atomic agency?
Okay, it's still politics today on independent television and radio. When we return after the break, two issues will be having some conversations on before we open our studio line. The creation of state police has been a major talking point. The new IGP has already set up a committee in line with the approval by Mr. President. But we are seeing reactions again from some northern elites saying this won't work. Whatever their reasons are, only time will tell. But state police is a must. Against the background of some of the things we've seen in recent times. Some are saying if we have state police, won't they be treated just the same way we are treating vigilantes today? Kano State House of Assembly has commenced impeachment proceedings against Gwazo, the deputy speaker, on allegations over 1.4 billion naira from the time he was a commissioner of local government and chieftaincy affairs. And the question is, why now? We'll find the answer when we return after this break. Descent on the program today. Let's quickly look at two issues. The course for state police is gathering momentum, perhaps getting some bite, with the IGP constituting a committee. Let me get your take on it. And then, of course, Kano Assembly. Just remember that the present deputy governor was a commissioner for local government, and he committed some crimes, and now they want to impeach him for those crimes. So let me get your take, Barrister Greg Yayi.
Well, for the Kano State governor's impeachment, if he actually committed a crime, there's no timeline for that crime. You know, so
you don't think this is politically motivated?
If it's not politically motivated, it's not illegal. Because if you actually committed the offense,
yes,
the fact that some years have passed or some time has passed, it doesn't mean it can be investigated for it.
Okay.
Criminal offenses hardly have any timeline.
Okay.
That is that. But again, like you have said, it is curious that all that time, this man has been in power, you had these facts, and you did not act on them. You should have acted on them timeously, and made sure that he didn't even get to the position of becoming a deputy governor.
And the state police conversation?
And the state police conversation is 50-50. The only fear, I want to say genuinely, is that governors may turn it to a private army. That is the abuse. It is needed for security purposes.
Okay. By Sebi Thomas.
Well, I agree that in criminal matters, there's no time limitation. However, we have had some leaders who told us here that if you have been a thief or you have been stealing money in a different party and you come and join their own party, your sins are forgiven. So I feel the impeachment of the current deputy governor is politically motivated. But be that as it may, it does not extinguish any crime you have committed. Unless if you go and join the party, they say if you join them, your sins are forgiven. Then as for the state police, only those who were not born in the First Republic will not know what some of our premiers turned state police into. Because state police, as it were, is supposed to be a very good thing. Look at what the vigilante in Yoruba land they are doing. Amotekun. They are doing wonderfully well.
Very well.
But if you look at it, Amotekun is not a state. It's for the region.
The region.
It's for the region. So the one state governor will not be able to turn Amotekun into something else.
Okay.
But if you now say it belongs to only one state, that is Delta, Edo, then you should be ready for the consequences.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the comments and the perspectives coming from some of our viewers and listeners. Our studio number will be on shortly. Hello, caller. Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Good morning, Mr. Donald Kokoson.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Yes, I'm JB Dennis, calling from Saplero right now.
JB Dennis, please go ahead.
Yes. The war between U.S. and Iran, it's already affecting Nigeria. In the sense that petrol price now is up to 1,200. Now, if the government is having maybe half the people in half, why can't they now bring the temporary subsidy to point the suffering of the
masses? Okay.
Yes. Now, if you look at now, the America said that they are already prepared. Anytime the war ends, if it is 10 years, they are prepared for that. Then the federal government, they are making more money because the crude oil like but the commoner they are suffering. About that they should bring temporary subsidy to coach the effect of the suffering.
Okay.
That's my contribution.
Thank you, JB Dennis, our first caller on the program Politics Today. Studio number 080-7777-0300. Hello, caller. Good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. This is Politics Today.
Good morning, my lovely brother. My name is Duke Okojo.
Good morning.
My name is Solomon Ataga. Please, if talking to you is what I achieved today, is a lot because we saw your picture every day at your Unibank.
Thank you.
At least in this program, now you are no more a baby. At least Iraq and America were not fighting when the president came on board, when Nigeria fight petrol 1,005. And we are still living today. But my advice is this. Those who are supporting terrorists in the world should not be encouraged. To me, we respect Donald Trump a lot because it's like the religion we are taking others for granted. Feeling maybe they cannot have because there were opportunity for Iran to retreat for all these their perpetrators. Just as my caller said before, this time now Nigeria as a country is making a lot for crude oil. And Dangote we are shouting that this refinery can supply Nigeria. So I believe this time Nigeria as a country is making a lot of food. The government have a lot to do to make sure that the food price does not increase by the citizens. And those this shouting Iraq is warring and all. Nigeria is not blessed by crude oil in low. We should know this. If the world decides to take its part today, all countries should stay on their own. Does that mean Nigeria will not exist as a nation again?
Okay.
That's my question.
Okay. Thank you, Solomon Ataga, a regular caller on the program. Studio number 080-7777-0300. Good morning, caller. Tell us your name and where you're calling us from. Yes. Good morning.
My name is Fred, calling from Benin.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, Iraq, they are overdue to teach a good lesson. Because before now, how can the right America have to attack Iran is the right Iran?
Oh, what happened there? Technical problem. Quite unfortunate. We're just going to conclude that conversation. But our time is already up on the program Politics Today on independent television and radio. I want to say big thanks to all our panelists on the show. Barrister Greg Iyai, constitutional lawyer, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very
much. And Chief Barrister A.B. Thomas, a constitutional lawyer as well. Thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me.
Now, the painful part of the conversation that surrounds what we're talking about today on the U.S.-Israel-Iran war, don't forget, it's like a tripartite war. But somehow you have U.S. and Israel on one side against Iran on the other side. And so far, so good, we have seen the impact of the war. And some of the promises made by Iran as threats, we're yet to see them materialize. But the U.S. is coming out on a daily basis to tell you what they have done to the Iranian armed forces, the air defense system, the Air Force, the Navy, the ground troops, and all of that. And there is no end in sight. The unfortunate thing is the fact that in spite of all of this, they will always come back to the drawing table or to the negotiating table to resolve all of these issues. The earlier they do that, the better for the world, even for America, because they're also not finding it easy because a whole lot of taxpayers' money is going into it. And some are already predicting that this is going to affect the U.S. president and his party in the midterm elections. How all of that will pan out, only time will tell. But we must work to engender peace on a global stage, engender stability, because no development can actually take place in an atmosphere where there is no peace. Trying to export terror to other parts of the world, we see now at the end of the day who is suffering the brunt. The Iranians, the Iranian people, they are the ones suffering the brunt. Now, sometime last year, there was water scarcity in Iran. People couldn't get access to water. And the level of hunger and poverty in Iran is so excruciating. So imagine all of those billions of dollars they've been getting from aids, even from US. And then from the sales of crude oil to China and to Iran, they were putting all of that to improve the loss of the country. The country would have been better. In spite of all the sanctions and all the limitations and restrictions, they are still able to make some of this progress that we're seeing, even though it is negatively. Imagine how Iran would have been. Time now is for us to advocate for peace and the world to come together and engender peace. That's my take on the program today. Thank you for staying. Do have a beautiful weekend ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Isoton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Emotan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, a priest assigned to the Emotan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say niwa. Eye na ya fere bahabe uza no gbera. Magwa kan ehun. Mana terun wa dole wo na yi. Solobo no gla owo. Ma ya fe na nirun. Na ma la o da o. Owo wa ri ma. Owo ewo idun ni ma ye. Ewo ni ma na nirun. Eni ma nirun ge no salobo la no ge ase ni ma ya fe. Oba to pe se anyone then na mala ma agwa kan ihe wo ihe bi ha kinewo wo kine owa ni maye ihe so ba na gihe mu maria iru ni manano ya na ogwo egwa ye me na de na ore wa go teme Victor Bizugbe
the never wa the never them ya bi total asika pa ti wo wa ni wa gbe okuto ni wa dan he eri na ha gwa hu da na tere ma ahiru na eri re
wẹ́rẹ́ àwọn ẹ̀rọ ìwé ya àríwé mi ìwé ya lòdẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
iṣẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ wa ọ̀tẹ̀ ẹ̀ pásítọ̀ ọ̀hún lámúrè.
Ìwé ẹ̀dùnọ́gùn mi wà bí nìyẹn ká yìí òfin ìbùsùn àbàgọ̀ ẹ̀yà rọ̀ wà bí dàn yìí ọ̀sà ọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀gì màmí òkú yẹn rè gbé o ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
iṣẹ́ ìyẹn mẹ ọ̀sà ọ̀bọ̀ sẹ́yìn jẹ́ inú yẹ o lórí ẹ̀dọ́gba yọ̀ọ́kọ́ àwọn ẹ̀dọ́ ya fẹ́ ẹ̀ náà bẹ̀ ọ̀ká ẹ̀gbọ́n ilẹ̀ ya fẹ́ mẹ̀rẹ́gì òtún wà yà ọ̀sà ọ̀bọ̀ ọ̀nà ọ̀nà mọ̀kú yẹn edo ya fẹ ọba àtọpẹ ètò ẹnìkan ìhẹn ìrìnàkín ìmáyẹn ó ní ebòtẹ kọs ẹ má ẹ nà tiẹ n'obi ọmọ ẹ nà tiẹ n'ẹwọ ẹ nà gúvẹ ẹ nà tamọ ya tìyẹn yọ gbẹnuwe náà ẹ wọ owó èmi ni owó náà wà ya tìyẹn yọ ìhẹn ni ọrìà ni ìhẹn dọlẹ mi yíyẹ. Sukpɔn bɛ kɛnɛ na dɔ le mi yi muda wɔ ɛmu hɛ yi mi na ɔma yɛ yɔbɔ kan yɛ ɔha jɔ ma yi ha yɛ ɔha jɔ ma mɔ yɛ ɔdɔ lɛ yi wɔ yɛ de.
Kaka bɔ.
Kɛnɛ na dɔ le mi yi ni fi wɔ ya ri yɛ yɛ nɔ nya yɛ mɔ na ri yɛ wɔ yɛ ihe ni ɔgbɔ wa ni ni wa yɛ ɔtɛmɛ Victor Bizugbe ihe wɔ yɛ ɛnɔ ma nɔ la. Evuna tie ye wo no la
ihe na tie ye wo ugbe enware ne ban na we ihe agbada no mo ne va no o ga gbe wo bo na o gbe wo bo no pa so pa ihe no mo ye gbe vio ihe keke be bo o pa yan hin ti an ju fi kian ebi ga sono ma uti hen yo waru da egu ti hen ye mi no ya pris no mi ya ye mi we emi ni o bo mo abe he ero emi na ogwe o kaka bo yo bo dai ihe o wa nwe mu na no bun ma mi we ewo no ma he emi na ye no de o ma na dagme
do no roto tem na ati hen yo o gwa mana hen ona ye no ligi aroto tonu na ati hen yo e wo na ayeke ihe awe muladian we e wona we na wo na ga hie na ga hiusi na ga temu ni giro to ason ya yaro avan yaro do bi amase ti awe amu yo ma be obo ati hen yo e ba ni hen na so agbo ma dole mi iyi so kwa awon na we na ga gien agi vio emi nu we u ne abebi kunuru we ugo re no usie gburu wa ayamu here okeke oho ema ihe ni are ologo awu ago mi oyi ni aye temtem ni awulo popo hu ni ihe na tie ne hin awo ro ya ra na ya kokin ani ogbin ani
osi
oba to pe
ise ma yibu wedi o tere pastor ihe me we zebe omusa loboa emi no mu men we ya gwa won tare magwa kana no da e ma na o ihe ke we oriaki na mie iriaki na mie bi ihe ke oho na tie repercussion no ye oloroma no le lo ko yan no da wa nyise afia gbelele yan wa ho ihe lele yan e ba no saloba na ka bu we bi no wa we iriye yoto aro ke bu we zokpa eri afia gbe be roto afia gbe ke bi yen we zokpa wa we mi yen o mi yen wa mi we mi erun e afia gbe o we mi afia gbe bere ri mata ba be bi no wa o saloba ya gbona je onwe iyen ilele ya fe no that a 10 commandment no ile ori gbe ni no ro iye ora okike thou shalt not kill ugagi kill ne oni uriye abiye okike ema we no ti meka e ba no ha we emi na ko aro ayiso emi wa akoro e ma yo bo ma ko aro wa kini ete egbo ma odeno do zori egbo ma wa lelu obo ni oyiwe na ge benu ta e ba ge no tolo ma gbe
not irepe
wa fi egbo una fi ri eso wo mana kan ya tun mu won irepe oreba o be bon me nyawe obo na ebe tolo we be duburo bon ege mi sunu da we o sika muene eriye mi iyeki o eze po ye ne gbe fi we ken we bon we tolo ano nu ya tolo nu ya ewu egbe ya ne inwinare ne egbe ya tolo wa ne o wa ni iye ma eveil e ameve la ko wa we ye ga so agripa aso be na igepe ya ba e ya gon samanya egbe ne eriye mi iyeki we ga wene ni ozetigari eniyan emo okeke ema nu da iye tosio makoto iye oyo ma mita iye ogbo ma di neyimi iye osio logo ma yo ma egbe dopa emi opa no gire egbe iye e ma ni bunro emi we lagbera ni o ba ege mi iye no unda so opa aje mi fe newe ewe ugawe urai uriene ewona ugawe uriene be no be aje we be no wa egene ke na gbotion ege ebe ye na bom egboa ona wo mo pa ma de yin unda era ro wa yero wa ye gi kia o salo wo do no dege ni ro pa ma ri egbe la na ona tie ege eke o gi gba wo do ona we ha ona wo ye no sa oba tie we ona we bo ni akinu wo we mi ya ona wo ton wo no pe na tie ebe o yo maka gba o ebe yo maka be ri e o boye o e dado o kin o ge iyen ne ogbugbo eri ebe iyen no ge oso won na we ya boy ka be lodo pa ona we wa we ma me ni we ona wo ma iye we ni ka ma na we iye enu baba iye de nu aduza ona we esagion tun enu to mi ovie buye ga de ne ona we gin ta ma wona we ebe bo akia
ona wo nda ebe akporu edi wa ona wo yen ro e dagbon no ri mi o kan afiru gbegbo kan awa uwe la ma wa ma be la wo wa u sa me no ma won ma be nwa me no ko bo were ona ti ona di ne aba we gbe mi ade ke to afie de na unda ori yen ne o sa no go do atin ne wa gbon ma u ya ya zigo u gbe emu fua o u gbe emu fi eze o we ga o ga ma mi no dere we iye ni de o ga logo ma ni emi ese ezo oba atokpe
ise anyway wa da matana wa ni gbama wa da matana wa no gbera gbiye wa da matana u va ko o yue akara ni yue abio u gbo wa ni awe no gbo wa we wa u ya ari azen igo u make na fi u make na bowa u make na hin moto ihe ni hi ọwa na onye aminu wee ya rie o be tinye we ihe ma won ebedo awebo yaro awebo ni na ya meti ya bege na yo han mu wa we aya tie bo na yo we no fi aye ohwa he isago ehia ebo ya fe ni redo ima awebo ni no mi kena no yo han mu wa no so kwa no wo ko we nu mana ze da ya awebo una tie keka tiye ni oso wa ni gbe iye ni oso wa ni oso gbe iye omo iriria iye oma egene de ben mawe una gbo ogede mu yoto o ze ka yebe omunya ekeni ni weze yo ni iye no oma le na se wona mo wede ni iye ni gbe okike po ke wu so pa na ye na ihe ile loweke oweke aru ihe no o even weta una tie no wa na wo ko dawe ihe ni o le lese kinori ase ihe ni wa ima ho na mi gbeso we e ma ni gba ori ma ni age tie ni ma wa mi na ye na ni ya zere we na oba ma ye ni awe ejo we awe awo kayele tai yin abi he so pa kare so iyan ti e kwaro awo wori eni efe yon eni efe bu veni enu aru odo fie wori e la to ma e gwebo tele yi awe no bi we wo pa ihin to ori ge fi epo ben we we hin ma se awe no ma ko se de we ye gba o ma da ro ba o ma da ro wo we o la to ma we wa vi osisi ai agun ahon ai mi ai ko ekule akwawebo gbo sopo we wo ni owo ihe oyere no ka mo ma gbe ye fi igbera wu nebute SSS o da we yi nu we hu da e ma so wa re wo o wi atun ba gbebo mu eyele we ni ra ri to ya atun be ro wa mu ogbe ori wa o ga kian so pon be ni amana ra we amana du oyi hu da we etigu we ara mewe yan ma we repo na gbin abere o we na ba ya ogi asin de mi he ya sin ka ni gbin yan ya ti hen mara gele we wi na ni mari o ya yi na o ya ti hen yo mami ihe ona be mu eyo we negi o ma we eri gbera ekenu pe ise o to na we 50 by 100 we wo pa wa o ma be ro wa u ya mu 100 by 100 or 150 u ya mu no nya nu we fi obo yi ni e se ti go e sin hu digo ego ebi no kan ya ki eke ori hen o ti hen no ori oni no kan abe ho no gwa lo ma no wa be mi ku ni e kan si eyo wa we ga ti e ogwa le mi ami e wo won gbege awe no de o e po yo kokko ilukuluku gbodo akun egbemu okun egbemu nu we ihe ni oro yo egbene o ga fe pe yen do ke no kan du adowe ya e yo ma na te o de pe awe ye ti ladan wo wa hu da be mi ku no ru ihe o yo egbene o ma ko ma no we mi no ma ai be okeke awe we no aye awe me ne ga ya bo won adowe na yimia ara yimia
abese ti be kihe wuri egbe ba we do yin ayo ne bowe no re be no wa we ya confess we make a confessional statement ya mi ekwe masalobua osalobua ya bowe eri obe ye o ma no we ni ihe na oyo wa ni la egbe ni ona do mi ekwe ona ki wuri egbe bo abese o we fo egbere hu do ni ọ̀rẹ́ kéde máa yóò bọ́ owó ẹ̀yà lẹ́ni hẹ́n máa kéde máa dẹ̀ yẹ̀gbẹ́ gbẹ́ húdà ẹ̀rìn àyẹ̀gbẹ́ fi ọ́ ìgbàna ẹ̀ lè gbé wí ọmọ ẹ̀kọ́ wọn n'ọ̀gá ẹ̀wẹ̀ sàríẹ́tì nìyẹn ọmọ awúrú yá rí àwò ọwúrú yá dọ̀lẹ́ wò yìí ẹ̀tì náà yé nu wẹ́ni wẹ́ náà yá dọ̀lẹ́ wò yìí ìhẹ́n wà ẹ̀sìkẹ́ ẹ̀dùgbòrò wẹ̀ yé ara ọwọ́ ọmọ náà wà bẹ́ẹ̀ mi kù ú náà fi àìtó ú náà àrí ẹ̀yàwó ẹ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀rí rọ̀ pa. So kpan ọmọanyi na fi gbogbo eyi done ra ọna samo ogoba mẹsẹ awẹ ho kẹkẹ wẹ yín ọgbẹ iguma ogbe kẹkẹ ihe kí a nọ ìgbẹ ọba àtọpẹ.
ihe magwaka ni wa wẹnọdà yìí mana wẹ fíọbọyì gbido òrí ẹni èso ní ọwọ ẹ òrí ẹgẹ ọwọ òwẹ mú làwà. Uduro mura no anonya na asora yari amani wa we ebode uda ihe ofin utome ona te so mi piya gboso won wo owo kigbesi ya gboso no won imanibu yan wa pa ma ka we yan gbele yan o but ni buwo yan fi obo yido iya we no makeke eduna iye no emi he na mi we ni wa egenede ka sunu yovia sunu yokwa eba sunu ye bonibu ti ya muwe na mi we omo ma ro ho wa gele ya ti ani yemi omo no we mi ni iye na fe wo waro wo ima ne do ma ri oko aya bi he oni emani we me àwòrán mẹ́yà ó dìyẹn gbèsò ọwọ́ kò náà ọwọ́ ọ̀fíwọ́ yọ̀ ha ọwọ́ yẹn má fíwọ́ yọ̀ ha ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀dọ̀ fi yẹn ẹ̀sọ́ wọ ẹ̀yẹn gẹ́gẹ́ fíwọ́ yọ̀ ha àwẹ̀dọ̀ wẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ara mi wẹ̀ èmi ni má ọmọ àrùn wa fúndà ọmọ ìnùbẹ̀ kí ládìá ilé náà nyà wà àánú nyà kó wẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ àwà àhó ni ọ̀rọ̀ àwà ìyẹn náà ni wọ́n ẹ̀ èmi orí ọ̀sẹ̀ ẹ̀ wẹ́tò búwọ́ náà rò kọ́ àfihàn ọ̀nà fíwẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà fíhàn ọ̀tọ̀ mi lẹ́yìn àbá rẹ̀ dàgbé ya ìyẹn ẹ̀ máa ẹ̀rìnà síkẹ̀gbé sọpá òbọ̀ rẹ̀ ní káàtà sí ìyẹn ọ̀dọ̀ lè mi yí ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi rí à ẹ̀jẹ̀ mo rí à wẹ́ ẹ̀wẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ náà wẹ̀ náà rèmi náà wà dùn à ẹ̀ wẹ̀sọ̀ rẹ̀ gẹ́nẹ́dẹ̀ ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́kọ̀kọ̀ owó wa wà lóẹ́ èmi náà rí à ọ̀kẹ́ pọ̀ lọ. Oteka uwa aziba uwa dekoko udekon oteka awa eno iye so we lo awe we ba fa o me no si e ne dade wo we rio na ma me e mama ni o me no si e na mi we iyan iru e ilele na te lo uhi awa ihe e lohi thou shall not kill thou shall not steal yẹra yẹ gbòdò yìí ọ̀rẹ́ báyìí ní ìtara ni wọ́n ẹ̀. ihe ẹ̀nà ìdádó yìí ní ìdádó ẹ̀ lè wẹ́wò kí ẹ̀ náà lè lè court kí ẹ̀ náà lè lè wú òwà kí ẹ̀ náà lè lè awẹ́rìmà kí ẹ̀ náà ẹ̀gẹ̀ bàbá hàn èmi ní wọ́n náà ẹ̀ mà wọ́n náà wẹ́ àwọn ni gbẹ̀mẹ̀ náà gbẹ̀yọ ọ̀rọ̀ sọpọ́n rí yẹn wú èmi àmì ẹ̀yìn yìí ni mà ọ̀sọ́pọ̀ náà mi máa fà náà mi èmọ̀ ni máa bí àfà wò tẹ́ awa kìí ọtẹrẹ pásítọ.
dọmọ ọ̀nàna ẹ̀bọ̀n nínú ìwé ẹ̀dùn ọ̀hún wà mí na ya nà nà ẹ̀dẹ̀ sínú káyọ̀ ìyẹn ìyẹn mi nà ọ̀hún ká máa yẹn wíkí mi rà nà máa yẹn gbó zẹ́bù wà nà gbọ̀n wí ẹ̀dùn pàtàkì nù wẹ̀kí nà yé mi nà ọmọ ẹ̀mọ́ àwẹ̀kọ́ wọ́n ẹ̀wẹ̀ èmi kémi náà àgbọ̀n náà nà ẹ̀rọ wà wẹ̀mí ẹ̀sì ẹ̀rọ wà wẹ̀mí dà ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀mí yẹn náà èso rọ̀ na tie o sanowo do ayagmo ona je yunwe erun ohun afia gbe ona be je yunwe iyen nuwe kenu yime ko yime nuwu yin okeke ole lo mani uga nyise afia gbe buwede wa be nyonge da una te iyeni obi bo mande usalo ba tai ebi no wa wi je yoto aro kewu owezokpa yeme yi yoto afia gbe kebiyen wezokpa nunda emi no ma ko oro iye soro na tie no ma wawe esoro na ya bo agbon to agbon oro ugawe uyegbe vio eso yiye ya boebo beneri mata eba ai mo ko wegbo ai wo ko beze ai wo ko ga ba bi eso iye no e me soro na me go akwo mi awona ya gwa luto e ara iwe na weto we mi ye ugbeso ko fi owe yuwa awe owe mi ye ibi ehun mi a odo ehun mi nda oleba ene odo wo ya we mi agwa na ni iye olawa ni ado awon mi wewewe ama iwe ri omo wa de fi to pa emi wa sunu emi yon lawa ataye yo to ni aya rile owani aya rile eboni aya rile won tagbon leno salo ba rile won tagbon na orile sonya unye ugawu bene ni mata ibe no wa be oya ye bota thou shall not ugawu iye le lo mani wa be we mi esi afian gbe le lo e be soro na o salo ba wa afian gbe nu de ni esi ni ewu ye ga mi ni ko no ro emi o ko emi yekin e ma afian gbe be kin da do bonu ri fie mi ge okewe iye na ya hwe iye nu we zese yi aya ebu edowe igwe gbe ta iye nu zese yi iye nu we ya hwe kwa aya ebu edowe oyo ma na oyo we na ge o ma no regbe dia oji no regbe dia awe na e de kotwe we be se ba ave bu edebe yo we edowe na ave mu ezo na be gbe ori mari e ma we ta fan e for ye rigbe dia ni ologo ma ni ye lele gian e de na iwa wewe aze yoyoyo e george kai we ofo wa ya gbewa e de re agi mi won se na la ona zobo be mi ye nunda okeke oho e ma
wese eni wa na zobo bi koko ko ma e do ro pe wa mi eni ni buro ni he si yebo ologo wa ni he si yebo obo sense wa ki ma so bowo na mi we ihe osaba no eje mu eworia awano rebo uhinaji ya se gbabe ave politician ni se boyo oteso gebo iya ori we ni he se eminu we unu awuna won le lo je nu na tala won mu we iye ke aya re ma we nu wa re ma osaba roju wa ya ma supa aiwe lo demata o ligi norona emi e orusin na ye na ni bana iwala gbogbe le mana uwa mi ni abi ode not odo awa ari owebe awa vi si aviola e moni re owebe ni bidie ni emi no kin awa vi ala wa ari te de mi sowo awona mu go rakle ihe we ni we to bo no woni ibi weru ni so ihe ewe wa ru ni nori osi lade we na muwe wigo na hayo we no wani mara me no ru wa ge ihe ni ki eni ya ke ni wa e bo na wa la wo abe otesi gebo waru so no ikose na wari no wari he we no waru no man na ne nu
we na so dio webo yo gwe dio vio boye we do uve okeke are mu na be o ya mu na wa so a ori
ni anyway kan ga wese
do no pe wo na la wona ye we na we mi o we na teme ma no ma mi ori o ebuku na la wo re iye ma be gbe o se mi ame osuwu osu igbagba osi olowo ma yo wa na la na yo bi ma si emi ni bi ibi o ha dori oja ebo keke oba atope
ise atame
ihe mi no ma ye gbe owe ununaya ti he reye ununaya ti mi ame ete nu na te yari ba e hu do ni ikepu na yin yo pa yin ku wa gi ma le ni he hu da were igban e bo ki e le gbe wi o won no le gbe mi ni ne o ga we o ga ko kieke o se ti yari ni e be de na akwe afi were no ro yari e ro pa egua de ma gi to gba igi to ku itwe wa ya ni be na mi ho na itwe awe eboni re ikabeto itwe ma ni be igosa o atokpe
me anyone me twe agbonya fe keniri ye kovia keniri yo kori on wo de ke ya fe o saro ba wo no mu here no dade bo ya fe oba atokpe
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwike Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osare Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated According to tradition and customs, those initiated dressed in white traditional attire were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to WIC, Women in Conversation. This is a table where women discuss issues that surround women, things that bothers us and things that makes us happy, things that gives us the privilege to continue to be the good mother that we should be and the good wife that we should be and a good person in the society. We talk about everything here. We talk about men because they also ask, why don't you discuss men? We do talk about men sometimes, but not always. It is a table for women where we converse and where we discuss. It's a pleasant being here with you this day. I have my women in the studio who are going to be discussing some of the topics with me today. As usual, I have on my left Ayo Ali, Ali Balogun. Yes, Ayo, you're welcome to the table.
Thank you for having me.
You are looking so
again.
amazing.
Thank you.
I keep stealing things from you. Don't worry, we'll talk about that. And of course, I have my fashionista in the house. We all know who she is. She is Princess Edith Madejimo. Edith, you're welcome.
Thanks for
You
having
are
me.
looking so amazing, so dashing.
Thank you. Very true.
Well, very true.
Very true.
Thank you, Ayo.
Very true.
Thank you, Ayo.
I'm blushing.
Don't blush.
Very true.
Okay, so we're just going to be going straight to this talk. And then it's a write-up from Stella Justice Wanya. She is a legal and a marriage counselor. Okay, so this is what she talked about. It's on DNA. I know we have talked about DNA on this table. I'm sure Ayo wasn't here when we talked about, but you were here. But this is a different dimension on the talk of DNA. And she says, if your husband threatens DNA tests on your children and you know there are is, let him do it. Once it comes out positive, go straight to a lawyer, file a civil claim for breach of trust and ask for 100 million compensation. Marriage is not a testing ground for suspicions. Let him test, let him confirm, but don't let him get away with breaking your trust. Case closed. This is so much. When I saw it, I'm like, okay, no, we need to talk about this. Do you agree with her, Abiodun?
I don't. I don't. Now, not about the DNA testing, but the aftermath of the DNA testing. Now,
okay, so asking for compensation of 100 million, that's what you don't.
I don't agree to that. Yes, marriage is a contract, but is it transactional? No. What led to the man wanting to have DNA in the first place? What led to it? I think if you really love the man and you really want to marriage and you want to stay back in the marriage, you want to know what led to the suspicion in the first place. So to solve any problem, you need to have the root cause analyzed. There's a root cause analysis of any problem, Now, having said that, you also want to go further to see if you can salvage the marriage, you would walk away if the feelings is dead. Why would he want a DNA? Does it have to do with my character? Does it have to do with my positioning? What led to that suspicion? Treat it if you want to keep your marriage. Now, so thereafter, is the father of the kids, whether or not, let me bring another twist to the matter.
Okay.
In the Nigerian law, you know, for a few years now, there's been a lot of buhaha on DNA, this one, or a married woman carry this one. The Nigerian law says it, and I have lawyers who have educated me on this. A man and a woman got married. The woman falls pregnant for another man, whether found out through DNA or not. That child from that union belongs to the husband of that union.
The husband you married.
The man you married. Except the man states otherwise.
Oh, okay.
Except that's the law in Nigeria as at today. Now, why would the man want to do DNA? That brings us to character issue, trust issues. What led to it? Is the marriage done? If the marriage is done, then there's no need filing for you. Just file for divorce and everybody moves on. You don't go and file for breach of trust and breach of rights to kiniko. I think you still stay in the same marriage. I don't think so.
It will not be healthy.
Okay, it will not be healthy. But let me come to you. Now she's saying it is not right for her to have claimed money. But is it also right for the man to suspect her to the extent of wanting to do a DNA without discussing with her? Because I'm sure if there was a discussion on this, I don't think it would get to this extent of, you know, go and do DNA. I don't trust you. Can we talk? This is the reason why I do not trust you. Do you think the blame is only on the woman for asking for 100 million naira? Would you ask for 100 million?
Oh, you're throwing it at me. I would not ask for 100 million. Why would I ask for 100 million? You can't be mad for your husband coming all of a sudden to ask for the DNA. Like she said, there must be some character, maybe deficiency in your character. There must be a breakdown of trust for the man to wake up all of a sudden and want to conduct a DNA, either with your consent or without your consent. And if he asks for your consent, please grant him, let him go ahead. And if he come back positive, you know there is a breach in trust. Then where did this start from? When did you start distrusting me? Is it from my character? Did I display anything that will make you distrust me? Did my conduct make you not to trust me? You also have to look inward. That is it. You also have to look inward to see if you have any one point all the time or the other time to make a move that makes him to, you know, not to trust you or to question your integrity. You know, now that he has done it, you sit him down. You have to talk. You made him sorry for what he did, but not you going as far as suing him to pay you 100 million. When he come to pay you that 100 million, and you still be in that marriage, how do you think you're going to relate in that marriage? Family are going to come in. This is not just about you and the man now. You now go to, you know, to the extended family. How are you going to look at this man tomorrow and say, yeah, I ate your 100 million, nothing happened? And you think you'll be comfortable in that home?
No, I don't think in that case she will still remain in the marriage. I do not think so.
So if you want to take a walk after that, maybe he's not trusting you, after doubting you and all that, if you want to take a walk, if you want to sue for divorce, go ahead and do it if you're done. And let him know that I'm suing for divorce because of so A and so Z. You understand? Let him know that this is what you did, or this is what you do that make me to fight for divorce.
Okay. Ayo, let me come to you. Okay, so you have said you were not going to ask for 100 million naira compensation when it turns out to be that the children are his. But what will you do? You're not asking for 100% compensation. What's your decision? What would you have done if you were in that shoes?
So it brings me back to, in what context did the DNA matter arose? Was there conflict before then? Was there tension? You can't have a loving relationship and say you want to do DNA.
Okay.
You can't. So there's trust deficits, like Princess said. So once there's trust issues, it's either you walk hand in hand, seek counseling to, salvage the marriage. if there's no trust in a marriage or in any relationship, business relationship or whatever relationship, there's no point for it. You understand? So now, let's now say what led to the man saying he wants DNA. I love what Princess said. You have to do introspection. Check yourself, what have I displayed? And sometimes, online counselors.
Okay, so I want to find out why you think it has to do with just the lady. Why didn't the man, I mean, you were suspecting your wife. There's this lack of trust all of a sudden because there's something you have seen or, something going on. Why don't you sit her down? Why do you just come up and say, go do a DNA test?
So it means that there's also the issue of context. What led to what? Is why I said there has to be a root cause analysis of what has led the man to make that demand. This is not exonerating the man at all. However, it's quite easy because as a woman, you know where you were before you met the man. You know at the time you met the man. You know if you went to see another man. So it's only the woman that can tell to a certain degree who the father of her child is or children. So, but having said that, for the man to come to say, I want to do DNA, I love when Princess said, the man has sorted her consent. Means there's room for resolution. Why? And if you people are mature enough, emotionally intelligent enough to want to salvage a relationship, be mindful of the action you take, whether he does DNA or not. The products of that marriage are those children, and they're more important than your ego or than whatever you're going through at the moment. So I would take that approach. I'll consider the mental health of my children as I consider the mental health of myself, not my ego, not my pride.
Another thing I see there, it doesn't always have to be or do with the woman. At times it's the man. Maybe he has some medical issue. You never can tell. Yeah, that's.
I was going to come there. You just took it off me.
Yeah, so maybe at a point he actually did not know his medical status, and along the line he had something took him to hospital and he was able to find out his medical status, and now he began to question himself. When did this start? When did I start being not be able to? Are you getting it?
Absolutely.
So he has to now flashback. When he was a young man, some girls can just come and say, I'm pregnant for you. And, some men will say, I've got this pregnant, I've got a pregnant, I'm very fertile. There are some, they're
not knowing that. So he's loading the gun and somebody else is
shooting it.
Oh my God.
Somebody else is shooting it. And he's just not the empty catcher. Do you understand? You can imagine that. So
okay, so if that's the situation,
okay,
the situation, of course, because he just maybe a doctor just told him, you are this or you are that, don't you think it would have been better he discusses with the wife and let her know why he's wanting her
you
to
never
go
can
do
tell what some men would do.
Or even women would do.
We know when some men have the opportunity to bring down a woman, they leave no stone unturned. Now, they will forget they are going to be at the receiving end. Eventually. Because now these kids are yours. And you are happy that they are your children. Now you are going to strip yourself naked. He won't think of that initially. All he will be thinking is, I want to do DNA. I want to find out if this children are mine. You get it. And he just want to deal with the lady, disgrace the woman, embarrass the woman. At that time,
it brings us back to the issue of unhealthy
relationship. So, but it's aftermath of the DNA that it will not dawn on him, like, what have I just done? That will be medicine after death. And if you have a woman that is very firm, that is where this claim is coming from. A woman that is very firm, that was trying to cover your nakedness all along, so to say, and that's where she was okay. Now that it has come to this,
but the story says that the narrative says that you are sure he's the father of the children.
Oh,
so there's no nakedness.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's the story. So the woman is actually sure the man is the
She didn't play around.
No, she didn't play around. She trusted herself.
Yes.
That is it.
So
So
me,
what gives the man the
Impression.
that
that is
these
where,
kids are not mine?
So if the man says that to me, the first thing is, sure, you go for DNA, but be sure that you're questioning my integrity as
Why
a
doing this?
woman and as your wife. What has led to this?
Mhm.
Naturally, I'll be angry. Naturally, I will throw the tantrums of this world.
True.
But bottom line is, do I still love this man?
After
After
all that.
After all he has said,
Or
we have not even
even-
done
yes.
the DNA. He has just come to me. The fact that he has sought my consent tells me that he's trying to salvage
The marriage.
the relationship.
Because some would have gone ahead without telling you.
That's it.
After all, they are his kids.
And you will never know.
No.
Until one day he will now brag about it that you are here talking about, I did DNA on my children and on the kids. They're my children.
And trust me, they can brag.
And they can brag. And how would you feel that you now got to know later that he went to do DNA
Behind you.
Behind you. That is actually very devastating.
Very, very.
Okay, so both ladies are saying they will not ask for 100 million naira compensation. It would be nice to have listened or heard from other women out there to know. I'm sure the Gen Z girls
and millennials,
and well, the Gen Z girls will ask for 100 million compensation. But anyway, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back to continue this discussion. Sit back. Welcome back. We're still here. WIC. We're still discussing the DNA. If you will be asking for 100 million compensation after your husband asks you to do a DNA, and of course you're very sure those children are yours, will you be asking for 100 million compensation, or you're just going to be upset and let it go because you love your husband? We would have loved to hear your response. But anyway, the women here are, let's say, representing you. It might not be 100%, but 80% representation. Okay, one word for the DNA, so we can move on. You say you're not going to be asking for a compensation. So what will you tell your husband?
So at this point, I sat on the inside. Do I still love this man? Do I still want this relationship? And what would be the fate of my children? Of course, we'll do the DNA. Being a woman of integrity and substance, I'll go for it. And but then we will have to work on building the trust again.
And you will still remain in the marriage?
Yes, if I still love the man.
Okay, Edith, will you want to remain in the marriage?
So I said, so if I still love the man, I meant to say that. Now, you know, love is very subjective. So I'll still remain in the marriage if the man is still of value.
Oh my God!
If the man is still of value
to you, if the man is still of value to
you understand?
Ayo.
You put the upsets on one side. Women learn to put the upset. Even me that I'm saying this, I'm teaching myself. Put the upsets on one side. Put it aside. Is this man of value? Is he a provider? Is he everything? So then I'll begin to check. You want to do your pros and cons.
You know, this time you're going to put everything on the table and begin to tick.
Yeah.
And this is the time for you to really have a reflection and begin to tick one by one. Are we doing this? Is this okay? Should we go ahead?
Ladies, my how do I say it? Anyway, let me leave it. Let me leave it at that, because you just got me when you said, I wasn't expecting that, when you said if the man is still of value to you.
Yeah, at the end of the day.
I wasn't expecting that. But anyways, let's move on, Edith. Do you want to conclude on the DNA thing? Would you still be with your husband? Would you want to keep your husband if he's still of a value, or if you still love him? Which one?
Yeah, if they're still loving the marriage, it's a two-way thing. It's not just one way. Not whether I still love him. If he still love me and I still have some amount of love for him, it's workable.
Okay.
I can still be in the marriage. But we have to talk.
You can still be in the marriage, but there must be talk. There must be a discussion with coffee or tea, as you might want to have.
And he has to beg me,
of course.
Beg me well.
Okay, so we're going to the 100 million naira thing, because he has to beg. Is it just begging you?
No, that's transactional. You can make a transactional matter romantic. So I have done all of this. What led to this? The man coming to you to ask for, a DNA means that he still wants a relationship with you. He just wants to be sure. Something led him. So once we have treated that matter, now you have to win me all over.
Yeah.
You have to.
Does he have to buy you gifts?
You have to. Gift is understatement.
No, he has to win me. I mean, he has to wow me all over because I have to feel.
We have to start building that trust all over again.
You don't get it. You want to build the trust all over again. She wants to build the trust with him wowing her, and then.
Yes, because you see, the truth of the matter is something gave on the inside of me. It's natural. You have questioned my integrity, and it's for someone who upholds herself as a woman of integrity, it's going to shatter me.
Of course.
So I love you, but you have to win me back.
And not just with talking to you. It's going to come with gifts.
even without the DNA issue, I'm winning you every day because I'm going to be buying you a gift. You have to buy me a gift too. You're being kind, considerate.
Did you hear that? We'll talk here.
Anyway, let's leave the DNA for the man. And let's leave the 100 million naira compensation for the woman. It might be in a different way. It doesn't have to be 100 million naira compensation.
It can be.
But you could just woo me by, spoiling me with gifts, spoiling me with cash gifts, spoiling me with, getting me a beautiful car. Getting me a beautiful car to calm me down because, you didn't trust me. And that's not good. That's not good for marriage. You just have to trust me because there's love in the marriage. Anyway, let's move on. Let's go to an everyday woman. How can an everyday woman help to shape the system? I mean, looking at Nigeria right now, the country needs help. The American has referred to Nigeria as a country with particular concern, and you hear people say women can actually help to build a damaged, let me not say the country, but a damaged relationship in a marriage or even, just relationship. Women are always there, or rather they're the ones that are able to build this relationship together. Okay, so now how can an everyday woman in this country help to shape the system, the economic system, everything about Nigeria? How can we help?
So I think I'm going to start first by identifying who the everyday woman is. Now, because average Nigeria would think, it's that woman walking on the streets,
of
the
course,
ordinary citizen. So there's that ordinary citizen as an everyday woman. There's that chairman of captain of industry as an everyday woman. Bottom line is wherever strata you fall into, rich, poor, one thing that you need to have at the back of your mind as a woman, as a man, as a Nigeria, is that your allegiance is to the country, the entity called Nigeria. The first step is to build the mindset of the people. And that's what I do as a human development trainer. You see that, Nigeria is so blessed with the human resources, but yet there's a huge deficit. How does that person contribute to the growth and development of the country? First, you begin a mindset shift. Remove the me.
True.
Begin to have kind consideration for others. Not sympathy, empathy. Where you build a society that thrives on empathy. That captain of industry, that CEO of an organization, the employer of labor, are you kind? There's a difference between being nice and being kind. A lot of people put up the facade of niceness without being kind. They're slave drivers. You now have that. So put that on the other side. So on your day-to-day, are you a kind person? I saw Prince and I was like, oh, wow, you're beautiful.
True.
God spent over time on you, and I remember the day I met you, it was like, wow, it was like love at first sight.
True.
Be kind. You can never underestimate the power of kindness. Your words, your actions. Be a person of integrity as a woman. Women will say, I'm doing this for my children. You still, because of the children. Would you be proud to have a thief as a child? You're promiscuous because of a child. Would you be proud to have a promiscuous child? These are the things. Life is in phases. You go through ups and downs. But one thing is that the average woman, any woman, whether rich, poor, whether you're going through a downtime, you're oppressed, you're feeling oppressed, you're depressed, you are at your high, have at the back of your mind that value. You must have that value for self. Your self-value as a woman, self-value as a daughter, wife, single woman, married, it doesn't matter. Importantly, see yourself as a representative of that family unit. They say, no woman, no nation. No woman, no nation. So when you see women do things that are wrong, it breaks my heart. My sisters, a few times I've been in the ladies, you're using the restroom, and I'm maybe by the water faucet washing my hands, and you see women, grown women, exit the toilet cubicle and leave without washing their hands.
Yeah.
A few times I've been like, oh, excuse me, and they're like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, God.
It is very important.
God. That's something as basic as that. You must see yourself as a person of pride. You must feel the need to give account, not just to your family, to your establishment, to your community. Be part of the community where you live. You expect a better Nigeria. Do you expect Ogolese or Benenua to come and do it fix us for us? Change starts from you. Yeah. So that's it.
That's it for you. Edith,
Wow,
what is it for you?
Explicit. Okay, everyday woman, how... Please, can I get the question again?
Yes, how can everyday woman help to shape the system?
Shape the society. We can do that in diverse ways. She has just explained, she delved into a different angle. There are so many things we'll do. When you are a woman of integrity, there are certain things you should do to uphold that integrity. You can't just say you're a woman of integrity, you're this, and you're not doing things that will qualify you as a woman of integrity. How do you affect the society? By affecting your environment positively. Start being accountable to yourself. As a woman of integrity, you have to be accountable to yourself, to your immediate society, your family, then before your society. If you are not accountable to yourself and to your family, you won't be accountable to the society. Then do your bit. Just like you said, there are ghost drivers. There are some people that have domestic staff, the way they treat their staff. You as a neighbor, you just look at them and shake head. And there are also good people that have domestic staff, the way they treat their staff, you look at them and give them thumbs up. So how do you affect your society, your immediate family, your immediate staff, your staff? How do you treat them? That is the one way of affecting your society. Then you being a woman in the society, there's this, my upbringing, there's this way they taught us when you are in an environment, we say it takes a woman to bear a child, but it takes a community to raise a child. So that is, I feel, that's another way of affecting your society positively. You see another child going the wrong way, you look away. Are you affecting your society or your environment in a positive way? No. Whatever you can do to correct that child at that point in time, do it without mind knowing the parent or even want to know the parent.
Okay, so let me come in there, Edith. We're talking about how an everyday woman can shape the system or help shape the society. And you are talking about correcting children. Some mothers don't accept that. So I have come across a mother who was fighting her neighbor. I was driving past, I had to stop by and say, what's going on here? I needed to, our women,
excuse me,
women, let me use the Yoruba language, baby. I wanted to know what was going on. Okay, and this was this lady asking the daughter who just turned 15, but was wearing and exposing clothes to go out. And she called her back and said, no, I mean, this is too exposing to trek. If you're sitting in mommy's car, that'll be nice, but go back and wear something more covering. And then the mother came down from upstairs. Go and advise your own child. Leave my child. Did I beg you to advise my child? So in a situation like that, it's not every mother that accepts that you talk to their children.
It's different way of correction. I understand what you are saying. There are some parents out there, not just a mother, there are some parent that doesn't want you to talk to their children. They even ask their children not to greet anybody. There are some parents like that. So when it comes to affecting the society positively, I believe you do your bit, do your quarter, and do it very well.
Okay, do your bit, do your quarter, and do it very well. And then Ayo had said that she gave an example of someone using the toilet and she was there and she calls the person back. Do this. I mean, you know, as little as it is. Thank you for being tuned today on WIC. We'll see you again next time. My name is Patricia.